Audio check. All right. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to dockets number 250907, 250908, and 250909, which address the petitions filed by Nutmeg Public Access Television, Inc. to assume responsibility for community access operations in various areas across Connecticut. Can everybody hear me? Right. Thank you. My name is Commissioner Holly Cheeseman. I'm joined by my colleagues, Chair Tom Wheel, Vice Chair David Arconti, Commissioner Jan Beecher, and Commissioner Everett Smith. I've been appointed presiding officer over this proceeding. And we're here today for a hearing on these matters, and I hear a terrible echo. We'll address administrative matters, take public comments, and then we'll turn to the swearing in of witnesses and examination. For the record, I should note a number of things. We have a court reporter with us this morning who will transcribe the record in this proceeding, so we will look to the court reporter for the official record. For that reason, I will ask you to take care not to speak over one another and to please use a loud, clear voice and initially state your name and affiliation for the record. Before we begin, I will take appearances from any attorneys representing a party or intervener this morning, as well as those not represented by attorneys.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Joni Wedler, Executive Director and CEO of Nutmeg Public Access Television. I'm joined by Chris Bennett, Director of IT and Production Services, and also Leo Susi, PE, Board Vice President and Chairman of Technical Advisory for Nutmeg TV.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. David Bogan, along with Colleen Olson, on behalf of Charter Communications of Western Connecticut.
Thank you. Attorney Bester?
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Zachary Bester with Brown Rudnick. I'm appearing on behalf of Optimum Communications and Cox Communications in this proceeding.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Pascaline Poku from the OCC, appearing with Consumer Counsel Claire Coleman and Andrew Minikalski, alongside Rihanna Ash, all from the OCC.
Thank you. Are there any other appearances? No. Turning to some administrative matters, we will plan to take a lunch break at 12 noon for 45 minutes, and we'll recess at that point and then reconvene. Additionally, the commissioners have noted that cross estimates from the parties are approaching 24 hours, and we have scheduled 2 days of hearings in this matter. I will just note that Connecticut Public General Statute allows the presiding officer to, in effect, direct some of the testimony, and I will request that in the interest of saving time, that people be as efficient with their questions as possible. We would like to be able to wrap this up within the next 2 days. Anyway, do we have any members of the public who would like to make public comment this morning? Seeing none. All right, we are going to proceed to swear in the witnesses. You introduced your panel, Ms. Wedler. I would like them to be sworn in and for them to then adopt their pre-filed testimony. All right. So if you could all raise your right hand as I administer the oath, which I have carefully written down somewhere. Do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God, upon penalty of perjury, that the information you are going to submit today is true?
Yes,
I do.
I do.
You do. And I believe I need you to adopt your pre-filed testimony.
Yes.
All right. Sorry, I'm just trying to get my act together here. Apologies. All right. I'm going to ask you a few questions about your pre-filed testimony. Mr. Burnett, I'll start with you. Please state your name and title for the record.
Christopher Bennett, Director of Information Technologies and Production Services for Nutmeg TV.
In connection with this proceeding, did you contribute to the preparation of any interrogatory responses, pre-filed testimony, or other materials filed in the docket?
I did.
Do you have any modifications to those responses, testimony, or materials at this time?
No,
Do you adopt these materials as your sworn testimony under oath?
I do.
All right. Mr. Susi?
There you go.
Leo Susi, I'm Vice President of the Board at Nutmeg TV, and on the technical advisory of the station.
In connection with this proceeding, did you contribute to the preparation of any interrogatory responses, pre-filed testimony, or other materials filed in this docket?
No, I did not.
All right. I will move on to Ms. Wedler. Ms. Wedler, if you could state your name again and affiliation?
Joni Wedler, Executive Director and CEO of Nutmeg Public Access Television, Inc.
All right. In connection with this proceeding, did you contribute to the preparation of any interrogatory responses, pre-filed testimony, or other materials filed in the docket?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any modifications to those responses, testimony, or materials at this time? Do you adopt those materials as your sworn testimony under oath?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. All right. Attorneys, do you have any witnesses that need to adopt pre-filed testimony or be sworn in?
Yes.
All right.
Should they come up?
Please, probably the easiest way to proceed.
You can come up right there. It's the book.
Oh, all right, Mr. Smith. Do you solemnly swear and solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Mr. Smith, please state your full name, title, and affiliation for the record.
My name's Brian Smith, Director of Connecticut Government Affairs for Optimum Communications.
Did you prepare or assist with the preparation of comments and interrogatory responses submitted on behalf of Optimum in this docket?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or supplements to these statements and responses at this time?
No.
Do you adopt these statements and responses as your testimony on behalf of Optimum in this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Greenleaf? Do you solemnly swear or sincerely or solemnly affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Ms. Greenleaf, please state your name, title, and affiliation for the record.
Jennifer Greenleaf, Senior Counsel of Government Affairs for Optimum Communications.
Did you prepare or assist with the preparation of comments and interrogatory responses submitted on behalf of Optimum in this docket?
I did.
Do you have any changes to these at this time?
No.
Do you adopt these statements and responses as your testimony on behalf of Optimum in this docket?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
Next is Cox Communication.
All right. And Mr. DeRoche and Mr. Giard, I will administer the oath. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm that as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon pain or penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. DeRoche, please state your full name, title, and affiliation for the record.
My name is Lindsay DeRoche. I'm the Director of Regulatory Affairs for Cox Enterprises.
and I'm appearing today on behalf of its company, Cox Communications.
Thank you. Did you prepare or assist with the preparation of comments, rebuttal testimony, and interrogatory responses on behalf of Cox submitted in this docket?
I did.
Do you have any changes to these statements at this time?
I do not.
Do you adopt these statements, responses, and rebuttal testimony as your testimony on behalf of Cox in this
I
docket?
do.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Giard, please state your full name, title, and affiliation for the record.
Good morning, Commissioners. Chris Giard, Government Affairs Analyst for Cox Communications East Region. And
Thank you. Did you prepare or assist with the preparation of comments, interrogatory responses, and pre-filed, rebuttal testimony and submitted on behalf of Cox in this docket?
Good.
Do you have any changes to these statements and documents at this time?
I do not.
Do you adopt these statements and responses and rebuttal testimony as your testimony on behalf of Cox in this document?
I do.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Young and Mr. Chovanik, I'm going to administer the oath. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon pain or penalty of perjury?
I do.
Attorney Bogan?
Mr. Chwanik, let me start with you. Did you prepare or oversee the preparation of certain interrogatory responses propounded by Nutmeg or the Office of Consumer Counsel in this proceeding?
I did.
And do you have it, is the information true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
Do you have any changes, corrections, modifications to make to those responses for which you are responsible?
No,
And do you adopt that as your testimony in this proceeding?
I do.
I should have asked you, can you please state your full name and business address and title?
Yes, Michael Chwanik, Vice President of State Government Affairs for Charter Communications.
Thank you. Turning to you, Ms. Young, we'll go in reverse order. Please state your full name, business address, and title.
Jennifer Young, Director, State Government Affairs, Charter Communications.
And did you also assist in the preparation of certain interrogatory responses submitted on behalf of Charter in this proceeding?
Yes,
Do you have any changes, corrections, additions to make to that information?
I do not.
Is the information true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes,
And do you adopt it as your sworn testimony in this proceeding?
yes.
The witnesses are available.
Thank you. All right, we will turn to opening statements, please, and Nutmeg, if you would like to proceed.
Thank you and good morning, Presiding Commissioner Cheeseman, Chairman Wheel, Vice Chairman Arconti, Commissioner Beecher, and Commissioner Smith. My name is Joni Wedler, Executive Director and CEO of Nutmeg Public Access Television, Inc., and I'm here before you today with reluctance. Knowing that Nutmeg TV made every reasonable effort, going above and beyond to engage Optimum, Charter, and Cox in good faith negotiations to strengthen and modernize community access operations across Western Connecticut. Comcast chose to constructively participate in those conversations, and that collaboration resulted in a pending motion for approval of Memorandum of Understanding in Docket 250910. Comcast did not enter into that MOU because of any deficiency in their performance. They did so because they recognized Nutmeg TV's 36 years of proven experience and understood that transferring responsibility to Nutmeg TV would ensure strong, reliable service for their customers and the communities involved. Optimum, Charter, and Cox made a different choice. They declined to pursue a collaborative path. Their decisions, not Nutmeg TV's, are why we are here today. While Nutmeg TV would have preferred a different outcome, we recognize that these hearings provide an important opportunity. They allow the authority and the Office of Consumer Counsel and the public to examine the persistent underperformance consumers in these franchise areas continue to face. The digital town greens of these communities are not being adequately served, and in one case, not served at all. It is possible that had Public Act 07253 more precisely defined terms for certificate holders, rather than granting them licenses in perpetuity, the authority and the OCC would have had regular opportunities to ensure that PEG access doors remained open and the lights stayed on across Connecticut. Several company-run studios discussed in these dockets have become stranded assets, or at best, significantly underutilized facilities while still collecting customer fees. Nutmeg TV's petitions reflect the actions that these same companies and others have already taken and are likely to continue taking. With the authority's approval, Comcast consolidated East Lyme and Norwich. Charter consolidated Newtown and Winstead. And in southeastern Connecticut, Atlantic Broadband and Comcast consolidated under the management of one third-party nonprofit, which serves two different competing video service providers over a 60-mile radius. Nutmeg TV's petitions give the authority a clear, workable path, not to just keep community access alive in Western Connecticut, but to let it genuinely thrive. And the record in these dockets raises a simple, unavoidable question. Is there any reason to believe community access will improve under these three companies? So far, in these dockets, they haven't offered a single plan, proposal, or concrete step to strengthen public access. Their entire position rests on meeting what they call a standard of adequacy. Nutmeg TV does not accept adequacy as a benchmark, nor do we believe most of these companies can credibly claim to even meet that threshold. We take pride in a long, well-documented record of performance, and we firmly believe that consumers in the petitioned areas deserve far more than what they're currently receiving. Nutmeg TV is not a startup. We're an established independent community access provider with decades of experience. We have a singular mission: to serve the public through robust, accessible, community-driven PEG operations. Public access should no longer be managed by publicly traded companies whose primary obligations are financial performance and shareholder returns. Nutmeg TV's sole obligation is to the communities we serve. At the end of the day, the authority must make its decision based on the record before it. And that record shows a clear contrast. On one side, Nutmeg TV's documented performance, detailed plans, and demonstrated commitment to strengthening community access. And on the other hand, three companies that have offered no vision, no plan, and no evidence that their operations will improve. The choice before the authority is to determine which party is prepared to meet the responsibilities of serving these communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wedler. I'll entertain Optimum's opening statement.
Good morning again, Commissioners. For the record, Brian Smith. I'm the Director of Connecticut Government Affairs for Optimum Communications. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this opening statement regarding Nutmeg's petition. We believe now is a critical time to step back and realign our focus on the true goal of this docket. Throughout its testimony, and indeed throughout this entire proceeding, Nutmeg has repeatedly leveled the claim that Optimum is failing its customers and neglecting its obligation regarding PEG access and facilities. We don't agree with that characterization. Optimum has a demonstrated long-standing track record of effectively supporting community access programming in both of these distinct areas. Importantly, none of the relevant entities, including PURA, the Office of Consumer Counsel, local governments, or cable advisory councils, have formally alleged any deficiencies to date, nor have any concerns been raised by OCC or PURA in response to the comprehensive reports we file on an annual basis. We remain committed to a collaborative approach and continue to partner with local stakeholders to ensure community access is delivered effectively. However, this proceeding is focused on a specific question before the authority: whether Nutmeg's plan to assume multiple areas is in the best interest of the local communities they would serve. The focus of this docket must remain squarely on Nutmeg's proposed plan. The central question is simple: does their organization possess the capacity and community trust to execute this plan within the guardrails of Connecticut's established public access framework? Whether run by incumbent cable providers or third parties, the role of a community access provider is to act as a facilitator. It's to provide local communities with the tools to produce the programming they want to make by offering studio space, equipment, training, and channel airtime. It's meant to be a passive, supportive platform for organic community expression, not an entity designed to actively recruit, entice, and manufacture content. Optimum's approach to community access is grounded in collaboration with the stakeholders who rely on these services, including the local governments, schools, residents, and is designed to reflect their evolving needs. One example of that collaboration is the integration of TelView, which enables residents to upload content remotely and schedule it for distribution. As more content is produced outside of traditional studio settings, these tools allow Optimum to ensure that locally created programming can be delivered to PEG audiences in a seamless and timely manner. At its core, this comes down to community access that serves the interest of the local communities within the area. Throughout the course of this docket, Optimum's been in regular communication with the Norwalk and Litchfield Cable Councils, as well as local and state level elected officials from the communities. In all of those conversations, we have yet to hear a single party express support for this takeover. And as you review the written comments filed in this docket, the voice of the public is clear. The communities actually served by Optimum have spoken out against these petitions. They simply do not want what Nutmeg is proposing. Optimum deeply values our place in the communities we serve. Our employees live in these communities, and we strongly advocate for maintaining the current town-by-town local public access TV model. Local communities, town selectmen, and cable councils are the ones best positioned to dictate their own programming priorities. Consolidating up to 8 separate areas onto a shared regional channel will make local town-specific content significantly harder for residents to actually find. And in doing so, it dilutes community transparency and may chill local civic participation. As a cable provider, Optimum has a strong interest, indeed the strongest interests, in keeping cable television as affordable, accessible, and appealing to the citizens of Connecticut as possible. To that end, Optimum has consistently taken steps to keep the internal costs of our PEG operations low, and we have actively resisted increasing mandatory PEG fee contributions from our customers. One of our primary concerns with relinquishing control over our PEG operations to a third party is the financial impact on customers. Under an independent entity, the cost passed to customers to support these operations will almost certainly continue to climb. This unnecessarily burdens remaining cable subscribers with rising fees and creates a compounding disincentive to subscribe. Within its plan, Nutmeg proposes to consolidate local PEG studios and pool cable customer funding to create a sprawling regional PEG organization. If the goal of this exercise were to reduce the financial burden being paid by Connecticut cable customers for a service many do not use, it would be worthy of consideration. If the goal were to increase physical access to studios in areas where Nutmeg contends customers are currently underserved, the argument would be sound. But look at what is being proposed. Nutmeg is planning to close and consolidate physical studios in these newly acquired areas while simultaneously bringing in more revenue. Yet nowhere in their filings do they recommend a corresponding reduction in PEG fees for the cable subscribers funding that surplus. It's difficult to look at that model and see how it serves the public interest. In closing, Optimum respectfully encourages Pura to consider the legal purpose of this proceeding. Encourage Pura to consider that the legal purpose of this proceeding is to evaluate Nutmeg's capability to assume these operations. It's not intended to be a forum for a third party to criticize Optimum's historic performance in order to expand its own footprint. Optimum continues to satisfy statutory requirements by providing the facilities, equipment, and technical and managerial support necessary to enable meaningful community programming. When you strip away the rhetoric, the framing of this docket comes down to two vital questions. Does Nutmeg's proposal genuinely serve the interests of cable television customers? And does it have the support of the actual localities Nutmeg is proposing to take over? The answer seems to be a resounding no. Thank you, and we appreciate the authority's attention to this.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Would Cox Communications like to present an opening statement?
Good morning, Presiding Commissioner Cheeseman, Chairman Wheel, Vice Chair Arconti, and Commissioners Beecher and Smith. My name is Lindsay DeRoche, Director of Regulatory Affairs for Cox Enterprises and appearing on behalf of Cox Communications. I thank you for the opportunity to address the authority regarding Nutmeg TV petitions to designate a new community access provider in the Meriden Area 17 franchise. Cox's ties to franchise Area 17 stretch back to 1995 when we took over that system from Dimension Cable. Since that day, over 30 years ago, we have worked hard to be good members of the community, and the record shows that. Cox strives to deliver the best-in-class service and value to our subscribers, and our opposition to the Nutmeg petition is solely based on the concern for what is best for subscribers and producers of Area 17. As I will further explain in this statement, and as is borne out in the evidentiary record, Nutmeg's plan to assume PEG responsibilities runs contrary to the expressed desire of Area 17 residents. Their expressed desire is to maintain a studio in the local franchise area. Moreover, it unnecessarily burdens producers by requiring them to travel greater distances to access facilities, which they then would have to share with a large number of competing producers from outside of their franchise area. Finally, as Nutmeg has testified, any hypothetical cost savings that would come from the closing of local studios only benefits Nutmeg, as testimony shows savings would not be redirected back to the subscribers who paid them in the first place. Given these facts, I will now turn to the actual questions before the authority in this proceeding. As laid out in the Connecticut general statutes, there are 8 criteria that should guide the authority's decision in these cases. The first and foremost is the recommendations and opinions of the local cable advisory council, the town and municipal leaders, and the franchise area producers. Here, those voices are unequivocal. Cox has strong support from the Meriden Cable Advisory Council, the Mayor of Cheshire, and several active public access users, each of whom have expressed clear opposition to Nutmeg's petition in the record. There are multiple stakeholders. These are the stakeholders closest to the system, and their message is simple. The current model is working, and it should be preserved. Moving on from stakeholder preference, the next criteria is past performance, where again, Cox excels. For over 30 years, Cox has successfully operated community access services within its franchise area. Over this time, Cox has delivered meaningful and reliable PEG services to the community without complaints or concerns over Cox's ability to manage cap responsibilities from either the Meriden Advisory Council, town leaders, or the authority. Cox's superior ability to manage Area 17 well is not merely theoretical. It's evidenced by the fact that after decades of actual operations, the record is full of public attestations of support for Cox's continued management. The third area of inquiry is an applicant's operating plan. Here, the contrast between Nutmeg and Cox's plans could not be more clear. Nutmeg's plan for Area 17 residents is to close the local studio, forcing local producers to travel further and compete with producers from outside of their franchise area for studio resources. Moreover, Nutmeg's plan would not benefit subscribers either, as any savings won by the closing the local studio would not be directed back towards the ratepayers lowering fees, but towards shoring up Nutmeg's ailing finances. In contrast, Cox's plan reflects what Area 17 communities have explicitly asked for: continued investment in a local studio, locally focused resources, and the continued collaboration with the local advisory council. The choice is obvious. Cox's plan to maintain meaningful local access to a local studio provides concrete benefits to the local community and is clearly the preferred choice of the towns, the advisory council, and the PEG users. Moving to the fourth criteria, Cox's experience in community access program is second to none. Cox's professional staff brings decades of hands-on experience with backgrounds in broadcast television and independent production. Our team delivers technical expertise with a personalized, community-centered approach, meeting users where they are and helping them succeed at their own pace. Staff frequently engages with producers offering training, staging assistance, and production advice, such as lighting setups or editing techniques, all at no cost to local producers. The Meriden Apple Valley Community TV public access channel has become a trusted platform for local voices precisely because of this approach. Much of this docket is focused on the fifth criteria, namely the financial capability and the budget of competing plans. Here, Cox's longstanding commitment to support of PEG services while being mindful stewards of subscribers' funds is evident. Cox has not sought an increase in PEG fees in over 10 years. Despite facing declining video subscribership, over that time, Cox has succeeded through creative and diligent management to improve PEG services while lowering costs to sustainable levels. Cox has moved the Area 17 studio into a company-owned building and does not charge the studio for rent, insurance, legal, or regulatory support. Moreover, Cox has over this time improved the studio facilities, providing modern lighting and LED rigs, green screens, and digital editing capabilities. Cox has clearly demonstrated a financial ability and commitment to its community that far exceeds the statutory standard and cannot be matched by the Nutmeg proposal. With regards to our sixth criteria, the quality and quantity of programming, Cox prioritizes meaningful, community-driven content over superficial metrics. Our objective is not volume, but ensuring that local residents have the means to tell their stories effectively and authentically. The many accolades and community media awards that Cox-supported producers have earned over the years attest to the quality of the Area 17 programming. The seventh criteria, compliance with state and federal requirements, is an area that's particularly close to my heart. Cox is very intentional about doing business the right way, and we hold ourselves to the highest standards when it comes to compliance with federal and state laws. Our track record shows the authority has never had to question Cox's compliance with any regulations. Cox timely and consistently files annual reports with PURA. We meet all regulatory obligations and maintain active engagement with our advisory councils, state agencies, and policymakers to ensure compliance and maintain good communications. The final factor for consideration under the statute is any other information that the authority might find relevant to its overall inquiry. While I can't presume to know what would be on the minds of commissioners, I would like to offer a final thought, which I think might help inform your evaluation. Cox is familiar with the difficulties facing PEG services in this state and is not opposed to alternative plans that actually improve the benefits to the local franchise areas. Before this petition was filed, Nutmeg did not reach out to any of the area elected leadership or the Area 17 Advisory Council to gauge whether there was any local support for their plan. Moreover, when the petition was filed, Cox was not immediately opposed to the idea of turning over operations to a nonprofit. Indeed, as Nutmeg has testified, we met with Nutmeg to discuss their plan and even inquired if they would have any interest in managing all 3 of our access studios. It wasn't until it became clear that Nutmeg's plan was not to operate a local studio, but to close it, that Cox began to have concerns that Nutmeg was perhaps not the best partner to serve our subscribers' needs. Cox opposes the Nutmeg petition because the plan only benefits Nutmeg's increasingly perilous finances by redirecting local PEG funding away from local franchise areas and into shared non-local commercial light facilities. It does this at the expense of convenience and accessibility to local producers, and concerningly results in a diluted local input and control over these studios. If approved, the Nutmeg petition would be providing PEG services to well over 1 million residents in an area spanning the entire western half of the state, all from a single location with the potential of a small satellite studio. That kind of large-scale, one-stop regionalization solution is the antithesis of local community access. It is the reason this plan does not benefit the local franchise, and it is not supported by the local community. For all of these reasons, Cox's plan is the stronger and more community-centered proposal. It is sustainable, it preserves a local studio under local control, and it aligns with the clearly expressed preference of franchise area residents and stakeholders. For those reasons, I respectfully urge the authority to deny Nutmeg's petition and preserve the current local model for Area 17. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeRoche. And would Charter Communications like to come forward and present its opening statement?
Good morning, Commissioner Cheeseman, Chairman Wheel, Vice Chairman Arconti, Commissioner Beecher, and Commissioner Smith. Thank you for this opportunity to appear before you to provide an opening statement this morning. As I mentioned earlier, my name is Mike Chwanek. I'm Vice President of State Government Affairs for Charter Communications. My responsibilities include managing our regulatory issues across 16 states here in the Northeast and also in the Southeast. I'm pleased to be joined by my colleague Jennifer Young, who was sworn in a few moments ago. She covers the states of Connecticut, Massachusetts, and Vermont, and the 2 of us work together closely with our business and legal teams, and she will be joining me in participating in the Q&A portions of this hearing. Both of us are based here at our corporate headquarters in Connecticut, and together we coordinate various aspects of our PEG regulatory compliance obligations, including Charter's responsibility as a designated community access provider, or CAP. In that capacity, we work together with our business and legal teams to prepare our 84 responses to the various interrogatories that we received from both the OCC and Nutmeg TV. Charter's position in this proceeding is straightforward. The plain words of the law make clear that in Connecticut, a company or organization selected to provide community access operations shall, provide facilities, equipment, and technical and managerial support to enable the production of meaningful community access programming within its franchise area. The record in this proceeding confirms that Charter is meeting this responsibility today. Charter is not seeking to abandon its CAP responsibilities or to relieve itself of any operational burden. And Charter is not failing to provide meaningful access. To the contrary, Charter is continuing to invest in our Newtown studio, which currently provides local facilities, local staff support, dedicated local channel capacity, and direct accountability to the cable subscribers who fund this service. Charter's competency as a studio operator is supported by its broader proven track record through Spectrum News and Charter's longstanding experience producing and supporting local programming. Today, Spectrum News includes more than 30 local news and sports TV channels operating 24/7 in more than 60 markets, reaching more than 12 million households. These include local operations in the Northeast serving our customers in Maine, Massachusetts, and New York. And Charter's recent acquisition of New England Cable News, or NECN, further demonstrates that commitment. NECN has long been an important source of regional news and journalism here in New England. This acquisition will allow Spectrum News to expand its award-winning local journalism to additional viewers throughout New England, including viewers here in Connecticut. We look forward to sharing more details as we move closer to our NECN launch. In this proceeding, Nutmeg requests that PURA, by regulatory order, transfer significant responsibility from Charter to Nutmeg and permit Nutmeg to fundamentally alter the community access regime in 3 ways. First, Nutmeg proposes to close Charter's Newtown studio, along with other existing CAP studios, and consolidate operations through Nutmeg's central office in Farmington and a future regional branch, which is still unknown. Second, Nutmeg proposes to replace Charter's dedicated public access channel for our Western Connecticut system with a regionalized model in which specific content from multiple areas will be combined across Nutmeg's combined service area. Third, while Nutmeg looks to establish a regional branch, current access users of 7 studios Nutmeg will be closing would be required to travel further to produce their programming, and after the transition, they would depend on a regional branch whose location and operating details remain unknown. They would also share staff, studio time, production resources, and programming capacity across a broad regional footprint. Put another way, Nutmeg asks PURA to approve a plan first, shutter its existing studio, transfer its assets, and require those assets to be transported to Nutmeg, and then rely on a future regional branch that Nutmeg has not yet identified, leased, built out, staffed, or opened. At the same time, although the fundamental premise of Nutmeg's stated need to close Charter Studio is operational efficiency, Nutmeg is not proposing to reduce Charter's existing PEG fee level. That means that Charter subscribers would be losing access to the dedicated studio Charter maintains and operates today, would be required to share studio time, production resources, and programming capacity, and they will be continuing to pay the same amount while receiving a less local, more centralized model in return. That is a serious concern. Public access is funded by local cable subscribers. The service those subscribers receive should remain meaningfully local. Finally, Charter respectfully disagrees with any suggestion that its public access operations are being neglected. The record shows the opposite. In 2025, Charter spent approximately $73,000 to install new HD cameras and related equipment in its studio. These new PTZ cameras support higher quality video production and are easier to operate because they can be controlled from the control room by a single person, rather than requiring a larger production crew. That enhanced functionality makes the studio more accessible and more practical for our public access users. In addition, in the coming weeks, Charter plans to launch its public access channel in an HD format. That is another concrete illustration of Charter's ongoing investment in quality public access programming in our Western Connecticut system. Charter has also been a responsible steward of subscriber funds. Based on PURA-approved 2026 PEG rates, Charter's fee of $10.48 per subscriber is approximately 20% lower than Nutmeg's fee of $12.43 per subscriber. Charter is also operating with a multi-year surplus of approximately $45,000, which represents about 8% of our projected 2026 expenses. That modest surplus reflects prudent financial management, and it helps ensure that our studio facilities remain well-equipped, professionally staffed, and available to access users during accessible hours of operation. Charter recognizes and appreciates Nutmeg's experience as a nonprofit CAP in its existing service area today. But this proceeding asks PURA a fundamentally different question. The fundamental question in front of PURA is whether PURA should effectively adopt Nutmeg's plan to close Charter Studio in favor of a regionalized operational structure. Charter respectfully submits that Nutmeg has not made its requested showing. The record does not show that Nutmeg's plan is better for Charter subscribers. It shows that Charter's Nutmeg Studio would close. That Charter's Newtown studio would close, that public access users today would be required to travel further to produce content, rely on access to a regional branch whose location remains unknown, and share studio time, production resources, and programming capacity. For all these reasons, Charter respectfully submits that the current cap structure should be preserved for Charter's Western Connecticut system. The record shows that Charter is investing in public access operations, responsibly managing subscriber funds, improving production quality, and maintaining a local structure that directly benefits the communities it serves. Charter looks forward to continuing to participate constructively in this proceeding and to answering the authority's questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chovanec. And having concluded the opening statements, if there are no administrative matters before us, we will move to cross. And I believe on the list we have first Charter Communications. Nutmeg, are you prepared? Thank you.
Good morning again. For the record, David Bogan again, along with Colleen Olson on behalf of Charter Communications of Western Connecticut. And I will do my best to adhere to the chair's admonition to be succinct. Morning, Ms. Wedler.
Good morning.
I first want to start by focusing on some of the comments in your May 26th rebuttal testimony. In particular, your statements regarding the giant, well-resourced communication companies devoting substantial time and money since September to obstruct the proceedings. Do you recall that statement?
Yes, I'm having difficulty hearing you. Is your microphone on? Okay.
Yes.
Would you repeat the question, Attorney?
Do you recall the statement in your rebuttal testimony to the effect that the giant, well-resourced communications companies have devoted substantial time and money since September to obstruct the proceedings?
Yes.
And you also assert that the providers repeatedly attempted to obscure the true purpose of the proceeding. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, the September date to which you referred, that was when you filed the petitions, correct?
Correct.
Can you describe the petitions?
The dockets?
No, the petitions themselves.
We filed petitions in 4 different dockets for 4 different areas.
Each petition was a mere 2 pages, correct?
Correct.
There was no business plan.
Correct.
There was no budget.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in response, Charter filed a letter with the authority indicating that it was unaware of Nutmeg's interest. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And asked the authority to stay the proceedings. You recall that?
Yes.
And even at that time, Charter indicated that upon its initial review, the Nutmeg petition required more detailed information under the statute, didn't it?
Yes,
Now, in February, the video operators filed a letter stating that they were unable to evaluate the Nutmeg's proposal because you had not provided the information required by statute. You recall that?
yes,
And among the items they said was needed were a proposed operating plan, correct?
correct,
You still had not provided an operating plan.
correct. We provided a vision document.
No, you did not in February, did you?
We provided that in October.
No, you did not. Can you cite in the record when you filed that in October?
We met with Charter in October, and we sent them the vision document at that time.
That is not, I'm talking about this record.
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. And in fact, you did not provide a budget in February either,
No.
did you? Okay. And in fact, it wasn't until March that you filed your vision statement in this docket in response to OCC 1, correct?
It was the operating plan, sir. The vision document, yes. On the
Stand
record.
correct, if I may. I believe on March 25th, in response to OCC 1, you filed a vision statement.
Correct.
You did not file an operating plan at that time,
We did at that time.
not in March.
In OCC 1 was the operating plan, sir.
Let me see if this refreshes your recollection. I believe you filed a supplemental response to OCC 1 on April 23rd. Do you recall that?
The filing in OCC 1 through OCC 9 included the operating plan.
On April 23rd.
I don't have the date in front of me for when that filing was.
We accept subject to check that that was when you filed the operating
I
plan?
would accept some.
And that was the supplemental plan, supplemental filing, correct?
Correct.
So that was the first time you filed an operating plan on April 23rd.
On March 27th, sir.
No, on March 25th, you filed a vision statement.
Attorney Bogan, I'm looking at my filing. March 27th was the operating plan.
The record will speak for itself. I don't believe that's consistent with what the record shows. Now, something that struck a chord with me were the criticisms that you directed towards the companies, and you characterized their motives. I just want to focus on a few. For example, you said the three giant communications companies, which in other contexts you characterize as the cable conglomerates, have shown a disregard and lack of respect for the pure process. That was in your rebuttal testimony, page 4, correct?
Sir.
Similarly, on your June 1 objection to the motion to postpone, you indicated that the provider's behavior raises serious concerns about the intent and underscores the procedural gamesmanships at play. You recall saying that?
Yes.
Yeah. I've been practicing before this agency for decades, and I pride myself in my integrity and that of my clients. Can you show me in any place in the record where the filings that have been made by the video providers are consistent with that unprofessional and disrespectful conduct you allege?
Yes, you can look at the record and see your own filings from the stay onward.
Are you suggesting that any of the statements that were presented by the video providers was inaccurate?
Rephrase your question.
Was there anything that was alleged or stated by the video providers that you alleged was inaccurate?
No.
Now, you have said many times during this proceeding and in a number of your filings that Nutmeg TV is not represented by counsel, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you're not represented by counsel today.
No.
Okay. So let's focus just on the proposal for a moment and not the proceeding. I assume you consulted with counsel regarding your desire to assume responsibility for the various franchise areas?
No.
What about the memorandum of understanding that you entered with Comcast? Did you have the assistance of counsel in that?
No,
Now, I reviewed your board of director bios included in your operating plan and didn't see anyone with an obvious legal background.
no lawyers.
So is it fair to assume that you and Mr. Bennett were responsible for the nutmeg filings in this proceeding?
Yes, sir.
So in your June 1 objection to the motion to postpone the hearings where you allege gamesmanship, you state that the motion was filed when the three cable conglomerates knew the commissioners and OCC staff would be attending NECPUC and unavailable to review the motion. You recall you saying that?
Yes.
What is NECPUC?
NetPuck,
What is it?
New England Public Utilities Conference.
How was it that you knew when NECPUC was?
Everyone knows when NetPuck is.
Oh, have you attended before?
No, I'm not invited, sir.
You know when it is next year?
I don't. It's always the same time of year.
You know where it is next
I
year?
think your questions are out of order.
I'm asking you about your filing.
You asked me if I said that. I did. That was our position.
And so how was it that you believe it would be beneficial for the cable companies to make a filing when the commissioners and OCC staff would be unavailable to review it? How does that?
Because of the deadline of the date to dismiss, your filing was to dismiss these petitions, sir.
So you're saying there was a benefit that would inure to the companies if the commissioners aren't able to review it?
That was my position.
Now, on page 4 of your rebuttal testimony, you also state, and I'm quoting, "The single sentence now being cited by the companies in their motion to dismiss contains no statutory citation." What sentence were you referring to?
Would you tell me where you are on page 4?
I believe it's at the bottom of page 4.
The rebuttal testimony, Attorney Bogan?
Correct. It's the last
And
paragraph
I'm
in the
on-
bottom. Sorry,
On page 4, the last paragraph.
that's correct.
Thank you.
When the legislative study for community access, is that what you're referring to?
I'm referring to what appears to be the last sentence on the page where it says the single sentence now being cited by the companies. And I'm asking, what sentence are you referring to?
In your motion to dismiss, I would have to look at your motion to dismiss, Attorney Bogan, to see.
Okay, so you don't recall?
I don't recall.
Who wrote the sentence? Was that you or Mr. Bennett?
I wrote that.
Now, in the same paragraph, you also assert that the authority's legislative report was issued during an exceptionally busy period for Pura.
Correct.
And again, did you write that?
I did.
What was it that caused you to characterize that as an exceptionally busy period for the authority?
That was 2022, Attorney Bogan. I don't recall, but it was very busy. There were legislative issues in front of Pura that had to do with public access, and we were very involved in those.
But the sentence that you wrote was last month, I mean, not in 2022. So I'm asking why earlier this month did you refer to that as a very busy period?
The PEG Pura study took an enormous amount of time from Pura as well as all the participants and all the parties. So that was an extremely busy time.
Is it a particularly busy time at Pura now?
I don't know, Attorney Bogan.
Was it busy last year?
I don't know, Attorney Bogan.
But you knew what was going on in 2022 and
2022 was the busiest period of time that we were engaged with Pura.
Now, this one in particular struck me as interesting. On page 6 of your testimony, you have a citation to docket 920619 regarding Charters Area 19. Who's responsible for that reference? Was that you or Mr. Bennett?
Would you tell me which paragraph you're on?
It's on page 6 of your rebuttal testimony.
There's a lot of paperwork in these dockets, and so
First full paragraph on page
That's-
6.
And your question, sir?
Who wrote the sentence that I'm referring to in the second paragraph? Was that you or Mr. Bennett?
I wrote it.
What can you tell me about that proceeding?
I would like to read it. So familiarize myself. I stand by what we wrote.
My question was, what can you tell me about the proceeding?
Which proceeding?
The one you referenced, 92.
I have
619.
19, I have 191133, 210728. What are you referring to?
There's a citation at the bottom of the page. It's docket 920919. And I'm asking.
Oh, 920619?
That's correct.
Yes,
My question is, what can you tell me about that proceeding that you cited?
can't right now. I'd have to look that up.
And you said you wrote that?
Yes, I did.
Now, you also state on page 3 that the companies have effectively joined forces in these proceedings. That's on page 3 of your rebuttal testimony. You see that?
Which paragraph?
It's on page 3 of your testimony.
Yes, I'm on my page 3 of my testimony. Which paragraph?
It is the last full paragraph on page 3.
The 3 giant companies have combined, have joined forces in these proceedings. Is that what you're referring to?
That is correct.
And your question?
You understand that you joined the 3 companies by making your proposal to basically consolidate the franchise areas.
That's a mischaracterization of the sentence.
The point was not what the sentence said. The point was the nature of your applications.
No, the nature of my sentence was that there are times when Charter, Cox, and Optimum file together. You join forces and you file to PIRA. There are times when you file separately. So you decide how you file based on what you're filing. That was my reference.
But my point was a little different. My point was you joined the companies effectively by a proposal that would consolidate franchises and community access operations,
In 3 separate petitions.
which would result in one PEG provider, correct?
Correct.
Now, I want to get a better understanding of your plan that we've established. You finally filed in April. On page 1 of your vision statement filed on March 25th, not your operating plan, your vision statement, the original response to OCC 1, you referred to a network of regional branches. You see that?
I'm getting there, Attorney Bogan. I have the vision statement. What page are you on?
Page 1.
Okay, and your question?
You referred to a network of regional branches, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that's repeated on the same page under core principles. I believe that's a misspelling of the word principles. Roles and responsibilities, where you refer to Nutmeg TV's central office and regional TV branches, correct?
Correct.
And that's repeated on pages 2 and 4, where again, you referred to regional TV branches.
Correct.
And finally, in your response to OCC 1C, you refer to each branch location, and 1E, F, and G, again, refers to regional TV branches, correct?
Yes.
But then 1 month later, on April 23rd, you referred to a single regional TV branch. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's repeated on pages 8, 10, and 11 of your operating plan, correct?
Correct.
And again, on page 29, you refer to a single regional TV branch.
I'll take your word for it without going through the papers.
So what is the plan? Is it regional TV branches or is it a branch?
It depends on the areas that PURA authorizes Nutmeg TV if we are granted that authorization. If they're within the mile precedent that PURA has already established, then there would be one branch. If there needed to be more than one branch, then there would be more than one branch.
All right, I'm a little confused. So let's assume that Pura grants all 4 of your petitions. How many branches are you talking about?
One. However, Attorney Bogan, it is also cited in this paperwork, I can't put my finger on it right now, that if that TV branch were to get so busy that we couldn't possibly handle the amount of clients who wanted to do PEG access, that we would be opening a second TV branch within that PURA mile precedent.
And I assume these iterations are somehow reflected in your budget?
No, sir.
So your budget doesn't consider whether it's one branch or multiple branches?
Our budget considers one branch, as it was stated.
But you just told me there's a possibility there could be more than one branch, and you're telling me there's no budget for that?
Well, right now, there isn't a line of customers standing outside of a regional branch waiting to get in, which would have us open a second regional branch. And so we would not provide the expenses to open that second regional branch. We're talking about one branch. But this is a scalable product that we're talking about. We say it time and time again, scalable.
But the authority has to evaluate your plan, and I'm trying to understand, excuse me, may I finish? I will afford you that luxury if you'll afford me the same courtesy. The authority is challenged with evaluating your plan. And now I'm trying to get clear, are we talking one branch or multiple branches? Because I believe you just said it could be either.
I'd be happy to repeat myself, one branch.
And so therefore your budget doesn't contemplate multiple branches.
Correct.
Now, you indicated that this one branch would be in Fairfield or southwestern Connecticut, I believe, correct?
Yes.
Can you describe your efforts to date to identify a location?
We have not identified a location, nor have we begun that work.
So if you've not identified a location, you have no idea how much it's going to cost.
Correct. We have done a market analysis in our own area, and so we know approximately what rent goes for, but we cannot determine that until the location of the regional branch is determined, and that can't be determined until PURA rules on the petitions.
So your budget doesn't reflect what you believe the costs will be.
That's incorrect.
It does?
It does.
Where? Show me on your budget where it's reflected.
It's projected. We have projected the same electricity that we pay in Farmington, the same water that we pay in Farmington, the same rent within a range of what we would pay in Farmington. And of course, it would depend on the square footage. So we have included it in the budget, sir.
When we talk about southwestern Connecticut, we're talking about Fairfield County, correct?
We're talking about, excuse me, anywhere in the area 19, Danbury area, and the Gold Coast. But at a location that is best suited to clients.
And is it your testimony that property values and rents in the, as you characterize it, the Gold Coast are similar to those in Farmington?
That's an unfair question, Attorney Bogan.
Wait a minute. You just said to me,
I said-
can I finish? I thought we just went through this.
I will remind both the witnesses and the attorney, please allow one another to finish, and this will proceed much more smoothly. Thank you, Attorney Bogan. Thank you, Ms. Wedler.
Thank you, Commissioner. I believe you just said that your projections were based upon your costs in Farmington, correct?
Correct.
And so are you suggesting that Farmington is a reasonable surrogate for property values and rent values in the Gold Coast?
No,
Okay. So I asked you earlier about a relationship with legal counsel. I assume you have a relationship with accountants?
yes,
And did you work with an accountant in developing your budget here?
no. We're a nonprofit, Attorney Bogan. We don't have an accountant on staff.
I have a question, Attorney Bogan.
Please.
As someone who formerly ran a nonprofit, who prepares your 990?
A CPA. So
A
the
certified public accountant.
Correct.
All right,
So,
thank you.
The accountant does not do the budget. The accountant does the tax filings.
All right. But,
And independent audits. We're required to have an independent audit by the Connecticut Department of
all right,
Consumer
thank you.
Protection.
And I believe your 990 is in the record, correct? Your most recent one.
5 years.
All right, thank you. Attorney Bogan, please proceed.
Thank you. In your response to VSP3, well, let me rephrase that. VSP3 asked you to provide a detailed description of how you derived at the budget numbers provided in Appendix B of your operating plan. And your response was that the appendix is self-explanatory and that the projections are based on the current funding levels reflected in the company's and Nutmeg's own actual operating expenses. Is that a fair statement?
Yes,
Now, in OCC 23, it asked for Nutmeg's current rent or mortgage payment. You recall that?
yes,
And your response was that the rent is projected to be $59,656 for 2026, or a monthly expense of $4,971.33, correct?
I'm getting there. Yes,
Now, OCC 26 asked about utility bills, and you submitted those utility bills, correct?
correct.
And those utility costs are reflected in Appendix B of the operating plan?
Correct.
And I believe you reflected that your utility expenses are reported as $46,854, correct?
Correct.
And yet for 2027, they're projected to be less, $45,000.
Correct.
So you're expecting rent expenses to increase, but utility expenses to slightly decrease.
Correct. There's another tenant in the building now, so we don't have as many expenses on the utilities.
Help me understand that, please.
In 2026, there was not a tenant in the building. In 2027, there is now a tenant that has joined the building and is in the building, and so our utilities will be less.
So you're saying that before you were responsible for 100% of the utilities associated with the building, but now there's a tenant there, so they bear a portion of that cost.
Correct.
Commissioner, I'd ask for a late file exhibit reflecting that calculation.
So that would be late filed Exhibit 1, a calculation of the reduction in utility costs starting in 2027, is that?
Starting in 2026.
Starting in 2026. So late filed Exhibit 1, detailing the reduction in expected utility costs commencing in 2026.
I think that works. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
If I may. I have a few questions. Zachary Buster, at Brown Rudnick, attorney for Optimum Communications and Cox Communications.
All right, thank you. Attorney Bogan, you've concluded for,
Oh, no.
no,
We're
we are going to.
tag team.
Okay.
All right. I
So-
just
so
want to
I-
make sure I don't cut anybody short. So please proceed, Attorney Bester. Are you
So
ready, Nutmeg?
Yes.
Continue. Thank you.
I just have a few questions related to the same line of questioning, so I figured it would be efficient to jump in if I may. So again, you've filed a proposed operating plan in this proceeding, correct?
Correct.
And does this proposed operating plan reflect Nutmeg's intention as to how it will operate if the petitions are approved?
In respect to,
In respect specifically to number of studios and budget.
yes,
So along the same line of questions as Attorney Bogan was asking. So have you analyzed whether Nutmeg can effectively operate these caps without all of the petitions being approved?
yes,
Have you provided alternative budgets and operating plans based on those scenarios?
which scenarios are you referring to?
A scenario where not all petitioned areas are being approved.
It would still only require one regionalized TV studio branch.
Okay, but if not all petitioned areas are approved, that will affect the number of collected subscriber fees. Is that correct?
That is correct, but there would still only be one regionalized TV branch.
I understand, but you would have less income coming in from subscribers in order to operate that area.
Correct.
Okay. Have you analyzed? Sorry, backing up. If there's another possibility in that Pura could theoretically require Nutmeg to operate studios in each petitioned area that it approves. Is that correct?
No,
It's not correct.
no,
Pura could not require you to operate studios in each area as is currently done.
not under these petitions. That is not that's outside of my scope.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. So that actually gets directly to my point. If it is Pura's operating plan a take it or leave it?
No,
What has Nutmeg provided as part of its operating plan to show what alternatives that Nutmeg is willing to accept?
we haven't made that determination. If Pura makes the decision that all areas are not approved, then we would request to meet with Pura and the OCC to determine what would happen at that point.
But those alternatives are not in the record though, correct?
They're not.
Has Nutmeg analyzed whether it can afford to operate studios in each of the petitioned areas?
Studios or one regional TV branch.
Nope, studios in each as it is currently.
We are not interested in studios in each.
Okay, yep. And so that information is not in the record, correct? If
It is now.
okay. How many studios is Nutmeg willing to run? Do you know this?
Right now, as I answered Attorney Bogan, one regional TV branch,
Okay,
in
so if-
addition to its Farmington location.
Thank you. And so you would not, under your current plans in the record, just to be very clear, you would not be willing to run and operate studios in each of the petitioned areas?
No,
Thank you. That is all on that line of questioning. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Bester. Sticking with the budget numbers for a moment, Ms. Wedler. Your response to OCC 26, again, because that's where we were before, said the remainder of the budget is based on information entered into the record. Can you point to where in the record you were referring?
OCC 26 is please provide copies of utility bills.
Oh,
It's VSP 3.
I stand corrected. It's VSP 3. Thank you.
I'm sorry, would you repeat your question?
Yeah, I believe in VSP 3, your response was that the remainder of the budget is based on information entered into the record. And my
Correct.
question was, can you point to where in the record you were referring?
Answers OCC 23 and OCC 26.
You're doing it your way. Where's this stuff for me?
Yeah.
Let me see. No. So I guess my confusion is OCC 23 and 26 only refer to the expenses for rent and utilities. And my question is, there are a number of other categories that are listed here. And your response was that it's based on information entered into the record. And I'm asking, where in the record is the information to support the numbers that are reflected here?
We entered into the record in OCC, I don't have the number handy here, our budgets, I believe there were 5 years of our income statements and expenses.
These are projected expenses?
No, these are actual. The budget that is in the operating plan is projected.
So the question is, where is those? Yeah. So but that goes to my question. You're reflecting projections for what looks to be 2027, 2028, and 2029. And my question is, where is the support for the numbers that are reflected here? And I thought your response was it's in the record. And I'm saying, well, where in the record?
To the questions in OCC 12A. Those are the numbers that we use to base our projections off of.
I can't believe it. Yeah. So let me move on from there. I'm sticking with your budget numbers, though. Again, the reference to Appendix B being self-explanatory. Can you show me where there's an explanation for the category of professional services support that's contained in Appendix B?
You can look at what I just mentioned, OCC 12A. There are several years of statements there, and professional services and support are listed in those itemized budget.
You'd agree those are just line item numbers, though, correct? There's no detail.
No, there is no detail.
Okay. Now, sticking with OCC 12A for the moment, there's an amount of $13,058 for professional services and support. That's on page 2, correct?
I don't know, Attorney Bogan. I don't have it in front of me. 13,500?
$13,058. It says for 2024, OCC 12A.
And your question?
I'm just asking it to confirm if that number is correct, first of all. I have a follow-up question.
Yes,
But the amount for 2025, yeah, that's why I have 2026. 2026 in your actual expense table is over $95,000, correct?
correct.
That's an increase of over 600%, correct?
I don't know.
Well, let me just ask you directly. Can you explain the 2-year change?
I can.
I'm sorry,
I can.
please do.
We paid an attorney, a real estate attorney, when we sold our building.
So that accounts for the difference between the 95,000 in 2026 and the 13,000 in 2024?
Without looking at the detail of the budgets, I wouldn't be able to accurately answer your question, but from the top of my head, that would probably be the reason. Not solely, but I don't have the budget detail in front of me, all the detail.
Well, I guess my point is also the $95,000 that was incurred in 2026 appears to be the number that is used in your budget going forward. Am I mistaken?
Yes, I see 92,000 estimated for 2027. And again, I did not provide the details in the record, and I don't believe that we need to provide the details in the record. That is our projection for what it will cost.
So the 2026 amount of 95,000 was largely attributable to the sale of the property and the retention of legal counsel, correct?
I'm guessing.
But then you choose to use that same number going forward for budget projections.
I didn't use the same number. No. It's a different number and it's made up of different things. Professional services is the category that you're referencing. And
If this is VSP three, OCC three. Yeah. I guess my confusion is your appendix to the operating plan for 2027 shows $95,520.14. But I thought I understood you to say, well, the 95,000 we incurred in 2026 was largely attributable to our sale of property and retention of legal counsel.
A, I was guessing. I believe that is true. B, they're not the same number. And C, it says projected 2028. So I'm not sure where you're going here, but we have projected our professional services and support to be that amount of money.
Well, okay, so let's simplify. 2024, the number was $13,058, correct?
If that's what it says, yes.
2026, and I'm speaking in round numbers, it was roughly $95,000, but that's because you sold property.
I'm guessing that's the reason.
Well, this is your budget.
I don't have the detail in front of me.
Well, how did you derive the numbers for 2027, 2028, and 2029? Because those numbers are all roughly 95,000.
Attorney Bogan, we are audited. And so all of our financial statements are done by a CPA.
I'm not asking about your financial
I'm
statements.
answering your question, sir.
I'm not asking about your audits. I'm not asking about your.
I'm telling you,
Commissioner.
you interrupted me, Attorney Bogan. Let me answer the question.
But Ms. Wedler, please answer the question, and then Attorney Bogan, if you have any follow-up, you may answer. Thank
very
you.
much. My question was, I didn't ask you about audits. I didn't ask you about financial reports. I'm asking you about your budget projection. How did you derive the numbers that are reflected for 2027, 2028, and 2029?
We did analysis and determined what we would need for professional services and support for Nutmeg TV, including a regional TV branch, and that's how we arrived at the number.
Commissioner, I'd request the late filed exhibit reflecting the backup for the professional services and support category
I object.
for 2027.
And I'm not an attorney. I don't know if I can object, but no budgets were put into the record by any of the companies. And so we have a line item for professional services and support. I think your eye rolling is very disrespectful, sir.
I am going to remind everyone that we are going to conduct this in a civil and respectful manner. Now, I'm going to overrule that. I think it is a fair question, and speaking as a commissioner, I would very much like to know the detail of that professional
We'll
services line.
provide it.
If you would provide that, please. So we would like the detail of the professional services line. Do we have a specific line number in that or a specific exhibit number?
It's what's reflected in the response to OCC 3. Oh, it's
It's the operating plan, Appendix B.
okay. Operating Plan Appendix B, there's a chart that shows 3-year budget projections, and there's a line item that says professional services and support.
So the detail of that, a more detailed explanation of what's going into that professional services
Correct.
line.
For 2027, 2028, and 2029.
All right, thank you. Is that clear, Ms. Wedler? Thank you. That will be late filed exhibit 2. And again, I will remind everyone that we are going to be respectful and civil in this courtroom. Thank you.
Now, sticking with Appendix B for a moment, there's a dark teal bar, I'll call it teal, that represents 2027 expenses. You see that?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, there's a light green bar that's right next to it, correct?
What page are you on?
This is, I know, it's Exhibit B, yeah. It's Appendix B of the operating plan. There's a chart that shows budget overview.
Yes. Which page? There are 3 pages.
Looks to be the second page. The bar graph with a legend that says budget overview. It's just above the chart that says 3-year budget projections.
Yes.
What's that light green bar represent? Because it's not clear.
I believe that's the net. I know it isn't labeled as it should be, but I believe,
Well, I tell you what, because I don't want you to state what you believe. I want to know what it is. So Commissioner, I'd ask for a late file exhibit providing the detail for the light green bar.
so Attorney Bogan, to make it even easier, can we just work off the figures instead of the light green bar? Because it doesn't identify itself, so maybe we could just work off the figures.
Well, I want to make sure the record is clear. That's my concern. And there's a bar here that is not clear to me what it was intended to represent. So
Oh.
I'm asking what it represents.
Thank you. I'll provide that.
This would be late file 3, an explanation of what the light green bar, and more specifically, Attorney Bogan, on
It doesn't have a
but
title.
so from the late file, from the OCC from the particular interrogatory, or is it in the Nutmeg application?
Appendix B of the operating plan.
On Appendix B of the operating plan. Is that clear to you, Ms. Wedler?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Attorney Bogan, can I jump in with a couple of,
Please, Mr. Chairman.
thank you. Good morning. I just had a couple of probably dumb questions about the way your budget works and your funding. So I understand that currently you get subscriber income and that income offsets your expenses. How does that, can you walk me through like how the subscriber income actually gets to you? Like, do you bill the individual companies? Like, how does that work?
So for Nutmeg TV, the companies bill their customers. The customer provides the portion of the fee in their payment, and then the company pays Nutmeg TV on a quarterly basis for those subscriber funds.
Okay. How do the companies derive the billing rate to their customers? How do they get to that number?
Pura determines the rate, not Nutmeg TV.
And when Pura determines the rate, it's based on the budget projections that we get from Nutmeg TV?
No, it's based on the CPI increase, consumer price increase. There's a docket opened every year. The last docket was 260106. And then Pura makes a determination what the new fee is going to be, and that's what the companies must provide.
Okay. And what happens when there's a mismatch, as there always is in our world of rate making, between the revenues and the expenses? So when there's a net one way or the other, if you get more revenue from those fees, then you need to cover your expenses, or vice versa. How does that shake out?
Correct. If there's not enough revenue to cover the expenses, then it's the responsibility of the nonprofit to fundraise.
Okay, and the other way, if there's more revenue than necessary to
If
cover?
there's a surplus, then Nutmeg TV invests that in order to continue to provide meaningful, sustainable community access.
And is that where I saw that there's interest income on your budget? Is that the interest on your investments from those over?
Correct.
Okay. I noticed that the projection, and I do understand these are just projections, but the projected interest income is expected to slightly increase over time. So is that based on the expectation that there will be more revenue than?
Correct.
Okay. All right, I think that I just needed that baseline. I think I'm good. Go right ahead, Attorney Bogan.
Could I just follow up on that? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I understand, so if you fall short, you go seek funding. If you have a surplus, you figure out how to spend it. You don't maintain like a revenue stabilization reserve for year to year unexpected.
No, we haven't. If we have a surplus and it's enough of a surplus to invest in a short-term CD, we will do that. But for most of the time, we don't have a surplus of that amount.
Okay, thank you.
So I want to stick with the budget, but take a slightly different tack. And it really goes to some extent to the question that the chair just asked, but let me see if I can set this up first. On page 2 of your vision statement, you said operational efficiencies will result from Pure's approval of these petitions. And I believe that's consistent with your overarching philosophy, correct?
Would you repeat that, Attorney Bogan?
Yeah. Let me say it this way. Your section B of your operating plan says, without consolidation, cable subscribers are funding 8 separate PEG studios in operations, including Nutmeg TV. This results in unnecessary overhead, particularly as some facilities of some of the company-run caps are underutilized. Operational efficiencies will result from Pure's approval of the petitions.
Yes.
Okay. Now, these operational efficiencies will be the result of several factors. Fewer physical assets that are required.
Yes.
Thank you. Lower staffing overhead,
Yes.
shared
Yes.
shared infrastructure,
Yes.
bulk purchasing power.
Yes.
Have you come up with specific estimates for the savings that will be achieved due to these factors?
I believe those were answered in OCC. But I don't know the number.
Just says there's a response to an OCC that talks about savings as a result of efficiencies. I'm going to see if I can find it for you, or at least Attorney Olson. No, it'll be too hard. I tell you what, Commissioner, if we could take that as a read-in, the reference to where in the record the estimated savings from these consolidation are reflected.
So, Ms. Wedler, you'll be able to provide that during the course of these hearings. So that would be read in A, the derivation of the estimated cost savings. Is that
That's correct.
all right?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
I just thought I'd jump in with a question if I could. Going back to the annual 3-year budget projections, if I, do you have that or ready? Okay. So, the 3-year projections, basically it's just saying to me that you have revenue of 1,300,000 next year, expenses of about another 900. So in a for-profit world, you'd have 300,000 or so in operating income. There'd be tax, but it's not tax. So that equates to your cash available for expenditures, capital expenditures, let's say, but you use the word invest. So this is like reinvesting in the operations. Do we have in the record already some evidence about if this was, it's about 300,000 a year going forward, and if it was about 300,000 a year going back, do we have in the record somewhere what types of investments you made with that money? And do we have in the record somewhere, you said a small amount of cash is left over each year? And do we know what the accumulated cash that you hold today would be?
Yes, you do in our 990 tax filings.
Okay, so that'll break that out for me.
Yes.
Like it'll say what you spent the money on, what you invested in specifically?
No, it won't. So you're specifically interested in what we invested, what our surplus investments were?
Right, right. If you had in the past 300,000 a year as you appear to have in the future,
Right.
going back the, I don't know, last 3 years, let's say, what precisely did you spend that money on?
I can tell you $250,000 is in a CD. And that's all that we've had as a surplus to spend.
Okay, 200,000 today.
$250,000.
Today.
That came from the sale of our building. We did
Okay.
not have a surplus of any significant amount prior to that in the history of our 36 years to be able to invest.
Right, but each year, so each year you had 300,000 roughly in the
No,
past? No,
no,
okay.
no.
And
We did
going,
not have a net of that amount, no.
okay. So your operating income of 300,000 a year going forward is a jump from what you had in the past then?
Yes, this is the budget projection, including the extra income that will be coming in from the areas that we've petitioned for if
Okay.
CARA allows that, yes.
All right, okay, thank you.
But to date, our current practice with Farmington, we do not have surplus that is, except for $250,000 that came from the sale of our building.
Okay, so if you didn't have surplus income minus personnel and operating expenses, you had no surplus.
We
Where,
we had a small net.
where did you get cash then to invest in the production facilities and the microphones and the lights, the hard assets?
I guess I'm not understanding your question, Commissioner.
Well, I'm trying to, if it's in the record, I can go back and look, but I'm trying to understand, say, for the past 3 years. It's more of a cash flow question. So you had an operating income, which is your cash. And if you had no leftover operating income, where did you get cash to invest in the PP&E, the plant, and physical property and equipment?
We applied for grants because subscriber funding alone doesn't do that. Technology equipment is extremely expensive. So we applied for grants and we were awarded grants. And that's mainly how we've spent equipment
Yeah.
expenditures.
Okay, so somewhere would I find a sources and uses statement showing all your sources of cash and your uses of cash, including grants as a source?
You will find that in OCC 12A.
12A, okay.
Yes.
Well, let me go back and look at that then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move to a different issue.
I will just remind you, Attorney Bogan, we will be recessing at noon. So if you think this is going to require more than, 6.5 minutes? Not that I want to foreclose any of your questions, but just bearing that in mind.
I can deal with this section in 6 minutes.
All right, thank you.
I want to talk about the proposed consolidation. In VSP 5, you were asked what I thought was a pretty direct question And you didn't give an answer. The question in A was, is Nutmeg planning to close all of the existing VSP-operated studios in the petition franchise area? And Nutmeg's response was, Nutmeg TV does not close facilities that are owned by cable companies. For Nutmeg TV's plans for the future, please refer to the operating plan submitted in response to OCC 1. So no tricks here. I'm going to ask the same very simple question, which I think you answered earlier. The plan is to close all 7 studios operated by Charter, Cox, and Optimum, correct?
In that we don't close something that belongs to you, yes. Optimum's Area 1 studio, Optimum's Area 20 studio, Cox Area 17 studio, and Charter's Area 19. So that's 4. I don't count 7,
Okay, well,
because we're not talking about Comcast.
understood. So look, maybe it's a distinction based upon the turn of phrase. You do not plan on operating the existing studios that are currently operated by Cox, Optimum, and Charter.
Correct.
Okay. So you, in your pre-file testimony at question 113Q, you referenced Charter's consolidation, and I believe you may have referenced it earlier, of its Winstead and Newtown studios and suggest that Charter, first of all, you say it failed to explain why the Winstead studio was closed. Is that a fair statement of what's reflected in your pre-file testimony at question 113Q? No way.
113Q. The one that asks, do you know if Charter has ever had another PEG location in Area 19?
That is correct.
Yes.
Okay. And you say that Charter failed to explain why it was closed. You see that?
Well, Charter didn't respond. Charter responded that it had never had another facility. And so we were just pointing out that factually that was incorrect, that they did have another facility in Winstead.
I appreciate that, but you're answering a question I didn't ask. My question was, you say that Charter did not explain why it was closed. Do you see that?
Correct. I do.
And you further state that your belief that this is, and I'm quoting you, exactly the type of consolidation that Charter, Cox, and Optimum claim has no statutory basis, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, first, with regard to failure to explain why it was closed, are you aware that the authority opened Docket 191133 to consider Charter's plan?
I was answering Charter's response to NTV2.
That wasn't my question.
That was my answer.
If you could just answer the question, Ms. Whitler, could you restate the question, Attorney Bogan?
Sure. My question was simply, are you aware that the authority opened a docket 191133 to consider Charter's plan?
Yes.
And so the authority considered Charter's rationale for the proposal in that docket and allowed the consolidation, correct?
I wasn't a part of that docket.
That-
I would assume so. I was referring to how they answered NTV2 when I said that they did not explain why they closed it. If they explained why they closed it in 191133, then I'm sure that it was explained.
More importantly, are you aware that the Winstead and Newtown studios were both in the same franchise area?
Originally, they were not.
That's not my question. Are you aware that they were at the time of the consolidation in the same franchise area?
I'm not. That was outside of my scope.
But if in fact they were, this would not have been exactly the type of consolidation that you're proposing here.
I don't agree with that.
Are you suggesting that your proposal to consolidate franchise areas across 3 different providers in multiple franchise areas is the same as charters consolidation within the same franchise area?
I do.
Explain.
Charter made a decision to close the Winstead facility. And Area 19 is split, as you know. We don't have the map up, but Area 19 is split. So the folks in Colebrook are being asked to drive 65 miles, 63 miles to Newtown. So
I'm
so
sorry.
the only difference would be that it was only charter, unlike some of the other consolidations, which were multiple video service providers.
I'm not asking you about that. I'm asking you about charter and consolidation of the Winstead and Newtown studios. At the time of the consolidation, they were in the same franchise area, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I have nothing further at this time, Commissioner. I do have more, but we are at the noon hour.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you all. We will recess until 12:45 and then reconvene this hearing. Thank you.
So I knew I would have passed it on so much. So I figured address issues. Yeah, she had mom, she had gotten mom.
Yeah, you're stay here, right? I'll stay here, so.
Yes, I'm gonna come right back.
Yeah. You know where I was the water? Please.
we shall await the correction of the security breach before we commence. Thank you. All right, we will reconvene this hearing, and I believe Attorney Bogan was in the process of questioning.
If
Oh,
I-
apologies. I think Commissioner Smith has a brief question, if he may.
You don't mind?
Far
Thank
be
you.
it from me to stand in your way, sir.
Many people have done that. So,
They
sorry.
haven't lived to tell.
Not to belabor things, but I'm still trying to work out my last question. So looking back at 2025, I looked at OCC 12A and just using round numbers, you had like 565 of revenue, which included grants, and you had 500 and something of expenses. So that gave you operating income, or since you don't pay taxes, presumably cash flow left over about 50,000 bucks. And that, I think you said, might have gone into a CD, for example. But I'm still trying to work out in my head, how do you cover capital expenditures? So you must at times need a new $30,000 machine of some sort, things like that.
Certainly. So, nice to meet you, Commissioner Smith. Basically, with the PEGpedia grants that are available to us each time we make a grant, we make the technical calculations as to the end of life of certain units, as well as the technical capability of certain units and potential upgrades. So each PEGpedia grant, luckily, it's been almost every year, or every other year, we've been able to keep up with the technology, so we wouldn't have to dip into personal. Now, granted, a microphone breaks or something like that, we do have a budget line item for that. It's usually $100 or so for a microphone, give or take.
And that's what I was trying to figure out. You have budget items in your operating expenses under $500, which seems perfectly right. But I don't see any expense budgeted items for those capital expenditures. So, but I do see your grant lines. So if you're getting grants for them, I'm seeing the source, but not the use, I guess.
The use would be within the PEGpedia dockets. Every time we get a piece of equipment or multiple pieces of equipment, we reply within that docket as to what the use is for those equipments. And then especially during the annual reports, we also showcase what those have been used for from the public's perspective.
Okay, so you're showing the grant, but you're not showing the asset the grant's used for, I guess. Which is fine. I don't, this again, we don't need to belabor this.
The asset, no, the asset would be on the asset listing, which is also in the record. But that doesn't appear on the P&L statement. But we very rarely, if any, have surplus to be able to purchase equipment. And so that's why the PEGpedia grants are very, very important to us.
Okay, and we're in June now, so are your financials for 25 available yet?
They're not, they won't be available until November when the tax returns are filed. Oh, the 2025, our personal ones? Yes.
Well, you know,
Yes. Our P&L
not
and
Meg,
balance sheet? Yep.
And have they been provided to us?
I don't know, but they can be.
Okay, that'd be great. Oh, I guess,
Would you like that as a late file? Commissioner Smith,
yes, please.
can you specify for what you were searching?
For late file, which must be up to number 4 by now?
Correct.
Okay, late file 4, if we could get a copy of,
It's late file 5.
sorry, I must have been asleep at the switch.
I have
Um,
4.
Oh, it is 4?
4.
I feel redeemed.
I can't count. Apologies.
Okay, if we could get a copy of your, hopefully audited, 2025 financial statements. And, that would include the P&L, the sources and uses, statement, and your balance sheet, please.
It is not an audited 2025.
Okay, well, I'll take, unaudited, it's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I think from the 2025 P&L is in OCC 12A budget. So it would be there for your perusal,
Uh,
or you want more?
Well, 12A, I think isn't that a project, is that
12A is actual.
12A is actual? Okay, then we would just need the other statements of sources and uses of cash if you have it, and the balance sheet. Thank you.
Okay, so sources and uses of and surplus cash? Or-
Well, just showing sources and uses of
The
cash
cash.
statement, which would be a
All right, and the
sort of
balance
normal
sheet.
nomenclature.
And may I ask, what's your fiscal year?
January to December.
So it's a calendar year. All right, thank you. All right, Attorney Bogan.
Thank you. I have one question, and then I'm going to defer for a moment to Mr. Bester because I think he has questions following up on where we were before. But just following up, Ms. Wedler, on Commissioner Smith's question, do I, and maybe this is Mr. Bennett, do I read you to say that capital expenditures are predominantly funded by non-subscriber funds?
Large capital expenditures. So as an example, let's say I have to build, recently in the last Pegpedia grant, we built a set. That is something that we wait until a grant were to come through.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to try to sit a little closer because I believe some people were having trouble hearing me. First, I'm going to react to a couple of things that you have said already in this proceeding, and I'm going to try not to butcher your words too badly. In your opening statement, you said something to the extent of that Nutmeg has decades of experience in running community access. That's accurate, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And that you have a track record of success.
Correct.
And so I just wanted to ask, your past success has been based, and your operational experience has been based on operating in a single service area. Is that correct?
We serve 8 cities and towns.
Eight cities and towns in Connecticut. Thank you. And what is the approximate population of those 8 cities and towns?
234,000.
Okay. And do you have a rough approximation of how many Connecticut residents you'd be serving if all of the petitions are accepted, including the under the MOU with Comcast?
I do, but not on the top of my head.
Would it surprise you to hear that it is roughly around 1.5 million?
That would not surprise me.
Okay. And so I just want to make it clear, there's Nutmeg does not have decades of experience of providing public access to 1.5 million people.
Attorney Bester, about 30% of those people have cable. So, you know, the PEG funding comes from cable customers. So you could take 30% of that.
Okay.
Fairly. I mean, I will say that, you know, we are not overextended, and what we've done for 36 years is our record.
Great. And I mean, you did make a qualification that roughly a third of those people have cable. But you've also, is it also accurate from your testimony that you allow all people in the communities you serve to access your studios?
We do.
Thank you.
I would point to Area 1 having 0 customers for the last 5 years. And so perhaps we would hope to certainly grow that 0 to more customers to take care of.
Okay, I appreciate it. I'll leave that there. So you also, you mentioned that Nutmeg sold its building recently. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Is it the same building within which you currently operate?
Yes.
Why did Nutmeg sell its building?
The market's hot.
Were you, and you said you've generated money from that, which you keep in a CD. Is that accurate?
3-month CD.
Okay, thank you. You also mentioned that there is circumstances around a new rental within the building. Is that accurate?
The owner of the building. The owner of the building is the tenant, we're the tenant, but he is the one who's sharing those electrical costs that we talked about earlier with Attorney Bogan.
And so are they within the footprint? Do they share the footprint of Nutmeg's studio, or it's a separate section?
Separate section.
Thank you. And so you sort of started to address my question. So they are sharing space. They're not a subtenant of yours, correct?
No,
And do they have any relation or affiliation to Nutmeg TV?
no.
Okay, thank you. But they provide a cut of what you used to pay in utility costs. Is that accurate?
They do pay their own share of the electrical, as well as HVAC and other building expenditures.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on.
I'm going to just jump in with a quick question. What percentage of the building does Nutmeg occupy?
65%.
So they're picking up the delta, the 35% that you're not.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
And is that on a separate meter, or is it just based on a square footage?
Square footage.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to ask you questions primarily related to your operating agreement, but we're going to bounce around a little bit. Would you agree that cost savings is one of the central tenets of Nutmeg's proposed plans? Operating plan specifically?
Yes.
And I just want to point out a few statements. If you look at Nutmeg's response to OCC 1, pull that up as well. Thank you. If you permit me to just read a little bit, you said you respond, Nutmeg Public Access Television, Nutmeg TV, the peer designated community access provider for Area 16, presents its strategic vision for PEG in the areas petitioned. And then the second sentence says, by consolidating infrastructure and embracing digital innovation, the vision delivers high quality PEG access while reducing costs. So you've already agreed that cost savings is one of the central tenets, but you are envisioning, is it accurate that you're envisioning reducing costs through consolidating infrastructure?
Yes.
Thank you. Similarly, Nutmeg's vision statement at page 2. I know David already asked you a question regarding this. Yep. Thank you. Under the section on page 2 stated, starting cost reductions and productivity gains. This says, without consolidation, cable subscribers are funding 8 PEG studios and operations, including Nutmeg TV, in areas that make up less than half of the state. This results in unnecessary overhead, particularly as the facilities of some of the cable run caps are underutilized. Operational efficiencies will result from PURA's approval of the petitions, transferring the responsibility for PEG access to an independent nonprofit organized for the sole purpose of managing community access. So again, I just wanted to ask, you are saying that is it accurate that Nutmeg's vision statement shows that without consolidation, there is unnecessary overhead and operational efficiencies will be achieved through consolidation? Is that a correct summation of that statement?
Yes.
Thank you. And I don't think we need to turn to the operating plan, page 19, but very similar statements are made on, I think you would agree that there's a section called cost reductions, and essentially the same statements are made there. So would you agree that Nutmeg intends to achieve these operational efficiencies and the cost savings that come from them through the consolidation and elimination of studios in the acquired service areas?
Do you repeat that?
Sorry, would you agree that Nutmeg intends to achieve these operating efficiencies and the cost savings that come from them through the consolidation and elimination of studios in the majority of the acquired service areas?
Yes.
Thank you. Would this also involve the reduction or elimination of area-specific staffing
Yes.
and the reduction of physical assets having to be bought and kept and maintained in each individual service area?
Yes.
Thank you. Is it true that the reductions and eliminations, which we just discussed, are expected and indeed intended to reduce the cost of providing PEG access across the combined area?
Would you ask that again?
Yes. Is it true that the reductions in staff, studio, purchased assets are expected and indeed intended through your operating plan to reduce the cost of providing PEG access across the combined areas?
Do you rephrase that?
Are you expecting to save money by closing studios, reducing staff, and having to purchase less equipment through your proposed operating plan?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And that is the intention of doing that. Is the purpose of reducing studios, reducing staff, and reducing equipment to save money?
The intent is meant to consolidate the resources of those areas to be able to improve access use, and not only access use, but also the access availability for those residents as well.
So the purpose of consolidation, I think there's a little bit of a distinction here. So you are petitioning to acquire the operations, but in addition to acquiring the operations, you are proposing a consolidation which is laid out in your operating plan. And so the consolidation is intended to save money. Is that correct?
The consolidation will save money.
Okay. I asked you a question earlier about whether Nutmeg has evaluated how many studios it's willing and able to run. And you had said that, I believe your answer was that you hadn't decided yet.
No, my answer was that the current plan, the petitions, are for one regional TV branch in addition to Nutmeg's central branch in Farmington. If, however, the communities rally and support more usage and another regional branch was needed, that is something that Nutmeg TV would entertain.
Okay, but your current proposal doesn't propose more than the operation of one regional branch.
Correct, nor does the budget.
Yes, thank you. Okay, I'll move on from there. Can you please turn to your response to OCC 11? Please let me know when you're there.
We're there.
So the question says, please provide the total funding remitted to Nutmeg from cable operators per year from 2023 to present. And can you explain to me what, in general, these charts show?
These charts show the funding that we have received from both CCFA and CVFA certificate holders since 2015. So that is combined. We serve more than one, provide service to more than one.
Yes, thank you. There appears to be a clear trend from especially the bar graph that appears on this page. Can you explain to me, do you understand the trend that I'm referencing?
Yes, I do.
And
Yes.
I bet you are well aware of the fact that the amount collected from the service providers has been decreasing over time.
Absolutely.
And that is due in large part to, what does that do in large part to?
That is due in large part to customers cutting the cord, though the cord is really never cut.
Thank you. So you mentioned earlier, I believe it was in a response to a question from Chair Wheel, that there is an annual proceeding where PURA sets per subscriber fee rates. Is Nutmeg aware that a party can request an increase to the per subscriber fee rate in those proceedings?
They can request an increase or a decrease.
Correct. Thank you. Has Nutmeg asked PURA in the annual PEG rate setting proceedings to increase its per subscriber PEG fee?
It has.
When was the last time?
Maybe 2023. I'd have to look. To be accurate, I'm not certain, but yes, we have.
Yes, okay. And would you say that this periodic increase, are the periodic increases to the PEG fee rates and past requests, have that sort of fixed the issues that have been presented by the reducing subscriber fees collected?
No, and Nutmeg TV isn't the only petitioner of increases to subscriber fees. So if PURA makes a ruling, usually affects all of them, all of the PEGs, if it's granted.
I can recall one specific instance, and I don't have the proceeding in front of me, so maybe I'm talking a little out of hand, but that there was, I believe it was a $1.25 increase across the board.
Yes, that was several years ago.
And that affected Nutmeg as well.
That affected all the PEGs in Connecticut. Yeah, even the company provided.
So would it be appropriate to characterize Nutmeg's current financial position as being, for lack of a better term, in hot water?
No,
Would you say that Nutmeg has a long-term, currently without this petition, as a current long-term outlook of being in a positive financial space?
due to our investments in our real estate holdings, we have been able to maintain a positive space.
Okay, but you did just agree that the periodic increases to the fee have not been successful in fixing Nutmeg's financial situation.
The increases that PURA does in its annual dockets have not been successful in stopping the bleed to community access across Connecticut. However, due to Nutmeg TV's fiscal management, when we have been able to maintain, and we fundraise quite a lot.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't think anybody in Connecticut would disagree with your assessment there.
Nor do we believe that high subscriber numbers should be borne on the backs of the few legacy cable company customers that exist, but that's a topic for another day.
That's a topic for the legislature, isn't that correct? Isn't that correct?
I would think.
Okay. I saw you nod. I just
Yes.
nods are hard for a court reporter. So I believe this goes to what Commissioner Smith was asking you a question about. Your proposed operating plan, Appendix B, shows a significant remaining balance were the petition successful. And I will hold that up here. And can you tell me what the estimated amount of balance, it says income minus expenses, is for 2027?
315,106.
And then for 2028?
I believe you see that as 324,559.
Oh, I'm sorry. The balance income minus expenses.
Well, my apologies, projected 2028, 297,167.
Thank you. And then projected 2029.
280, 470.
Thank you. Is it accurate that this represents above and beyond an amount that will be left over considering income sources and then minus expenses? Sorry, not income sources, but income collected from subscriber fees.
Okay, would you rephrase that?
Yes, sorry. Is it correct that this balance is reflective of expenses taken away from the amount of subscriber fees collected?
Yes, and the income total is not just subscriber fees. The income total also represents our fundraising efforts.
Okay.
So yes, that would be the net.
Okay. And do you propose eliminating this overage by reducing subscriber fees?
No,
And that's that's reflective in your testimony in this hearing.
That is
not in the hearing, but in the proceeding, correct?
that is correct. That is correct.
Do you have any plans for this money as of currently?
Yes. Yes, we plan to do with it what should be done in those areas and is not currently being done.
Do you have any specific plans of what you plan to do with this money currently?
Yes, create meaningful public access in areas that do not have public access. In fact, speaking of the legislature, there are legislators in those areas who don't even know what PEG is. And so that is our plan, and that's why we're here today. This is why we petitioned for these areas, because in docket 220626, Attorney Bester, we learned at that time of the underperformance and poor performance in those areas. And so that's what we plan to do.
Well, okay, well, can you point me to anything in the record that explains what specifically Nutmeg intends to purchase or spend this money on?
Yes, the record is full of that.
Specifically,
Providing meaningful access, staffing, a regional TV branch, community outreach, online programming, on and on it goes. The record is full of what we plan to do and what we have done in Area 16.
but you already provide. What above and beyond what you specifically spend money on are you intending to spend money on with this balance showing, $313,000 estimated in 2027?
I believe I've answered that.
Okay. Okay, so is it an accurate characterization that you haven't listed a single line item expense that you intend to spend this money on?
Well, when you look at the projections on page 2 and 3 of that Exhibit B, or actually page 3, it's all there. We intend to provide meaningful public access, as we are doing in Area 16, to those areas.
May I interject? Quick question?
Yes.
Here I am. Thank you for that. So can you give me one or two specific examples of an area that did not have meaningful access where you came in and effectuated meaningful access? What did that look like?
Nutmeg TV has always been in Area 16, handling 8 cities and towns. And so we have never gone into another area to effectuate meaningful public access. We've been able to do what we do really, really well for the folks in Area 16. And it wasn't until we realized in the study docket what was happening in the western part of the state. And we thought, we can do that. And we can bring that to those areas. And that's what these petitions are about.
Okay, so you're offering supply for presumed demand.
Correct.
So how do you know, as a business strategy, nonprofit business strategy, that you'll be able to do that, that you will be able to, by virtue of supply, create demand for the services and access that you're offering?
That's a great question, because the folks in those areas don't even know what they don't have. And so as we've been able to grow Nutmeg TV to the level that it is, and we believe it's the #1 in the state, we believe that when people realize in Area 20 and I live in Area 20. I turn my TV on and I see nothing on those channels. Not a meeting, not a Board of Ed meeting, not a town council meeting, nothing. And I'm paying. I'm an Optimum customer. And so that's really troubling to me. And when we talk to legislators, and even in our conversation with Governor Lamont about a new model, it made sense to look at the model, and the companies themselves are on record saying that they would welcome divestiture of the public access studios. And so Nutmeg TV is well able to create meaningful public access in those areas. Customers are paying for it now. And they're not receiving it.
Okay, so in looking across trends, I guess what I'm getting to is, again, what is the market telling us? And looking across the trends over time, is the demand for access and services as traditionally provided, let's just say that, is it growing, shrinking, or about the same?
If I may, the trends that we see are the users that use us and the amount of shows that come out of Area 16. So when we look at those numbers, we average approximately 400 shows each year. When you start and that's on the public side. When you start adding in the education and government channels, we're up in the 500s. When we compare those numbers to those that were in the study, as well as the other annual Pura reports across the board, when we see where Optimum for 2025 has produced 0 programs out of their public access facility, and we've produced over 400, we believe that there's a demand there. It's just not being shown.
Okay, thank you. And in those, yeah, so in those areas where does not appear to be use of existing facilities technology, are they using an alternate technology? Are they, how are they satisfying, for example, their obligations to open government?
When we look at Area 20, like where Joni just mentioned, where she is, there's 12 programs that occurred out of that studio in 2025. So maybe one person is using it once a month. They haven't really disclosed that type of information to us. But there appears to be a need for usage in those areas.
I would also add that the amount of letters that came into these dockets from the folks in Area 1 is enough of, for me to say how important it is to them. They are fighting. They think that their town-specific channels are going away. They're not, so they're misinformed. But they are on record saying this is important to us and this needs to stay.
And that's for their town-specific channels. We're specifically talking, I believe, channel 88, which is the public channel that has no content on it.
Okay, thanks. I may revisit this, but thank you very much.
I do intend to get to those types of arguments that you've made, just not right now. Please turn to OCC 19, sorry, Nutmeg's response to OCC 19. Sorry. I got it. So the question in OCC 19 is, in the event that Nutmeg is granted responsibility for additional areas subject to these proceedings, could the per subscriber rate be decreased to account for these increased efficiencies? Can you read the final paragraph there?
So the answer to OCC 19 is the current per subscriber amount should not be adjusted downward as the amount of community access funding continues to decrease as reflected in response to OCC 11. A decrease in a per subscriber amount could be considered in the future, but only if PURA implements a meaningful change in the way community access is currently funded.
Thank you. So just to be clear, and again, this is sort of repeating, you do not propose that per subscriber amount should be adjusted downward at this time.
No, each area that we petitioned for has a different per subscriber rate, and that's set by PURA, not by Nutmeg TV.
Can you read me the first full paragraph of your response to OCC 19?
Given the current basis for funding by a limited number of customers that is decreasing every month, Nutmeg TV believes the consolidation of service areas is the best way to preserve community access under existing circumstances.
Okay, so you just said that the consolidation of service areas is the best way to preserve community access under existing circumstances, and that's the current legislative climate, current legislative framework.
Yes.
Thank you. Is that what this is really about then? Do you see that consolidating the service areas is the only way to save Nutmeg from its financial situation?
No, no, this isn't about Nutmeg's this financial situation. This is about consolidation this is about a new model. This is about looking at the current model of PEG, looking at underutilized areas and consolidating them in order to have better efficiencies, hopefully to grow it as well. That's what this is about.
But again, I think we touched on this before. That is a distinction. That is your petitions do not need to consolidate services. The consolidation of services, isn't it correct that the consolidation of services is about bringing in more money to provide the services across the combined service area?
Well, let's face it, the per subscriber funds that are coming from those areas are going to stay in those areas. So there would be an allocation. It's not coming to Nutmeg TV in Farmington. If subscribers are paying for service in an area outside of payroll, okay, if there's Nutmeg central office would handle payroll, the taxes, all that accounting. But this per subscriber, for the most part, will stay at the regional TV branch where the staff is to service those areas where those subscribers are paying.
I have a question. So you say the per subscriber fee will stay in that regional area, that specific franchise area. Given that you're consolidating to one office, how do those funds get returned to the area? Well, I mean, 1%, I'm making a cable access show. I'm not being charged for it. You have existing equipment. How do the people paying that subscriber fee in their area know those funds are being returned to them if you're operating from one central office? You've indicated that staffing levels are being reduced. How do people know they're getting a bang for their buck?
So as an example, in my role as Director of Technology, I'm an engineer, so I would go to that regional, from the central office to the regional office to fix a problem. That would be an allocation of my time to that area.
So you would not have a studio, but you'd have a regional office? All the I'm just trying to figure out, one, how that money from subscribers is returned to that particular franchise area, and two, on what that money that's being returned to subscribers in that particular franchise area is being spent. I mean, is it if there's a regional office, now are we talking rent for a regional office, staffing for regional office? Are we paying, are we paying mileage for you to go to that? I'm trying to figure out, as I believe in one of those movies, they said, I'm trying to follow the money.
There will be a regional TV branch in the area that is not Area 16. There will be a regional TV branch. That is where the subscribers who are paying the fee will go, and they will have services just like they have at the Farmington. But they can also use Farmington if they want, but they will have their own regional branch that will be staffed, and they will have their own TV programming, both educational and government, as well as public access TV in that area. That's what we're doing.
Okay, I must be slow here. So we indicated the existing studios run by the VSPs will no longer be used.
Correct.
Correct. So what is this regional what does this regional branch consist?
This is a TV studio that is not in one of the current BSP studios are located. Charter has one, Optimum has one. They're located in their buildings. This would be an independent location, independent from the companies, called Nutmeg TV, and folks from the area would be able to go in and use it.
Okay, so is this a new studio in the area that's going to be run by Nutmeg?
Yes.
But I thought it was all going back to Farmington.
No,
So now there are going to be how many new studios?
one.
One for serving how many franchise areas?
We are following Pura's precedent. So for
No, I'm aware of Pura's precedent. Is there one new studio?
yes,
But I thought we were deferring the decision on an additional studio depending on what was happening.
we're deferring a position on a second studio in that area, dependent if it's needed. If it's not, if that one studio is handling everybody just fine, then there would be one. But if there's two, we would.
So to answer my question, how do you ensure that the subscriber fees from those separate areas are only used on services to those separate areas? Is it, let's say I'm in an area and nobody from my area wants to make a show. What happens to the money then? I mean, if this is theoretically desire and subscriber driven,
Now, that's the same question we're asking. That's what we're asking. We're saying, where are the subscriber fees going now? They're going to companies who aren't performing. And so what we're saying to you is that there will be a regional TV branch. The subscriber funds will be allocated to run that TV branch
so
by an independent
your
nonprofit.
goal is to make sure that people know this is there and they better use it.
Our goal is to be open and welcoming and have the same numbers that Chris talked about in Farmington in Western Connecticut. Yes, ma'am.
With a regional studio.
Correct.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Apologies for the interruption.
If I may, Commissioner, in an effort to limit the questions that I'm going to ask, because you are asking about an issue I was going to ask. Ms. Wedler, I believe in several places you refer to a localized funding model in the record.
I'm not sure what you mean.
I believe you had references to a localized funding model. Hang on, I might be able to help you out. It's computer's a little slow at the moment. What is that? What is this? Is this the operating plan?
Yeah, this is the vision statement. Response to OCC one.
Yeah, here it is. Yeah. Page 4 of your vision statement. Last full paragraph. And this goes to the commissioner's question. The bold type says subscriber funding allocation policy for regional TV branches, and then not bold, maintains a localized funding model. You see that?
I do.
Commissioner, I'd ask for a late filed exhibit of that localized funding model.
That's late filed exhibit 5. Correct? And a description of the localized funding model?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
You just said something that was very interesting in your conversation with Commissioner Cheeseman. You said that the money will go back to, the money will be, the per subscriber fees will be sort of dedicated or spent on the areas where they're collected. Is that correct?
Allocated.
Allocated, sorry. Thank you. And then you mentioned there'd be one satellite studio, regional studio. And that would serve the other 7?
We're talking about 4 here today.
Okay, well, considering that you have an MOU with Comcast as well, you will be collectively running what was former 8 service areas, assuming everything is accepted here. And I just want to make clear that you're planning to operate one one regional studio in addition to the Farmington studio.
Correct.
Okay, and that is somehow going to allow you to allocate money to those 7 acquired service areas?
I don't understand your
Sorry,
question.
the PEG subscriber fees collected from those 7 existing ones. Those are each going to the one regional studio, or I don't understand how, and maybe you can help me understand how you will be able to allocate to the PEG subscriber fees collected for 7 service areas where you only are operating one additional regional area.
May I use an example? Area 17, it's right on the 84 corridor, it's right up Route 10. Those residents may come to Farmington and utilize that studio space. Should they elect to go to the regional branch, they absolutely can, but it's probably closer for them to go to Farmington.
Okay, so if a person from area 17 goes to Farmington, you will consider that as allocated to that area where the community came to Farmington.
Correct.
Understood.
And that's a very good point, because when you look at Area 20 where I live, and I work in Farmington, it's closer for the people in Area 20 to drive to Farmington than it is for them to drive to Newtown, where they currently have to, or rather, Norwalk, where they currently have to go.
And currently, the folks in Colebrook would have the same opportunity in Area 19. They'd be able to go to Farmington, which is far closer at around 20 to 30 miles compared to the 55 plus miles that they would have to go to Newtown.
And if you look at what's happening up in Putnam, the folks in Putnam have to drive all the way down to Groton, which is over 55 miles, in order to use that PEG facility in southeastern Connecticut.
I appreciate the additional testimony. Thank you. Okay. You started to make, you've made throughout your testimony and submissions in this proceeding, allocations of underutilization of existing studios. Is that correct?
We have.
And it's accurate to say that Nutmeg has been critical of cable cap programming numbers and programming numbers as well.
We are.
Okay. Nutmeg has been particularly critical, as it just was, of Area 1's studio utilization. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Is it your position that it's a CAP's responsibility to make community access programming on behalf of community members?
No.
So it's not your position that, for example, Optimum should be compelling people to use their studios, taking them off the street, sitting them down, and making them make community access programming?
If I want a hamburger and I don't know that there's a McDonald's on the corner, I'm not going to go in and buy one.
Okay, well, that could be one reason why they're not using it, but are you aware of other platforms where a content producer may show its content?
Let you handle that one.
Such as?
I believe you have mentioned in this proceeding so far, YouTube.
Correct, and YouTube plays by different rules than public television does.
That's I'm sure accurate. Do some of these alternative platforms, such as YouTube, offer advantages over public access television from the user's perspective?
I don't believe so. That's a personal opinion.
Are you aware that YouTube channels can, for example, generate revenue for the channel operators?
From my experience and knowledge of YouTube, it is very rare that any individual will be able to generate any type of substantial income off a channel.
Okay, but YouTube may have other advantages as well. A lot of people, is it your opinion that a lot of people access YouTube.
Excuse me?
So,
Because I am trying to follow.
YouTube has a large, is it your understanding that YouTube has a lot of users?
Yes.
Like in comparison to, let's say, Nutmeg's over-the-top streaming app, are there more users, let's say, in the state of Connecticut of YouTube than Nutmeg's app?
While I don't know that off the top of my head, I can agree that there can be a discussion about that. Absolutely.
It is a reasonable assumption that
Reasonable.
there are more. Okay, so is it possible that a user might use YouTube because they believe that they are going to be seen by more people?
Sure.
And
Well, but that's a reason for there's Leo Susi from Nutmeg. That's a reason for the regional, for Nutmeg TV. When you go to our site, you're going to be finding things that are in our region. You're not going to find things throughout the United States. Okay, so if people are interested in Norwalk, they're not going to go into YouTube and write down Norwalk. They're going to go into Nutmeg TV and they'll be able to get right to the Norwalk page, essentially.
I appreciate that.
YouTube also doesn't let anything, it's not an anything goes platform. You want to speak on that?
As I mentioned earlier, there are certain rules that YouTube operates under that we do not. We do not censor content. We do not bury content under algorithms. The folks have a dedicated time slot. On our website, as Leo had mentioned, we make it a point that each and every individual access user who creates a season's worth of content, which is about 6 to 12 episodes, they have a dedicated web page that they can use to share out to the social media and their friends and family as well, and other folks in their community, to be able to generate that type of viewership for their content.
I mean, it's interesting that you mentioned that, because that sort of gets to another line of questioning that I have. You have a dedicated website, like you said, the ability for users to have a dedicated website. You also have a website where people can access streaming content that is made for your channel. You also have a streaming app called Nutmeg TV, which is Nutmeg TV Plus.
Correct.
And you also operate a YouTube channel.
Correct.
And these are each ways that all of these show programming that was developed for community access television, correct?
They were produced either through the facility or at the facility, yes.
Okay. Is Nutmeg required to provide a streaming app?
We aren't.
Okay. Is Nutmeg required to operate a website that has a streaming component?
We believe it's necessary in today's day and age to operate a website, yes.
Is Nutmeg legally required to have a YouTube channel?
No, but it's right for the community.
Was it expensive to develop the Nutmeg TV app?
No,
It wasn't.
we wouldn't say it was expensive, no.
Was this developed with money collected from subscribers?
It was money funded through the PEGpedia grant.
Does it take staff time of Nutmeg staff to maintain and update these products?
No, we've set everything to an automated system. That's the power of TelView allows us to do that, which I believe Optimum Area 1 has already said that they use.
TelView also for the streaming content and website and YouTube, you don't have to manually do any of those?
Manually set it up in the first part, and after that, we don't have to touch it.
Can I point you to your pre-filed testimony, page 4, question 9Q? This is about you, Mr. Bennett. The question asked to tell your current title at Nutmeg TV and what duties are part of your position. And I want to direct you to the second bullet under this. Can you read me what that says?
The develop IT infrastructure for Nutmeg TV's digital environment, including networking, security, computer systems, online presence, website, social media, OTT apps, Google business listings, et cetera.
So this is not an ongoing requirement, that it's just, was a one-time thing?
Yes.
There's no ongoing staff time?
No.
Thank you. Correct. Do you have anything more on?
This be a good time for me to ask some random follow-up questions? Didn't want to interrupt your flow.
Yes, I was just asking if David had any more questions on budget or operating costs, but if you have more questions, please feel free.
Thanks. I had some follow-up questions. My first question actually was followed up on the YouTube colloquy. Are there no censorship requirements for Nutmeg TV?
There are certain FCC guidelines that we have to follow, such as obscene material, cursing, swearing, pornography, things like that. Yes.
Okay, because I heard today, and I think I saw somewhere in your testimony, the different standards applicable for YouTube. You're talking about like content standards that YouTube can impose, right?
Correct.
You know, like just roughly, how would those differ from the FCC guidelines?
As an example, I had a town meeting that was censored because of music that was being played in a in a presentation from students to the town council.
Okay, so
and might I add, that music then muted the entire presentation.
Yeah, understood. And I'm aware that that's a huge issue on YouTube, that you can get a copyright strike for having any, like, I've seen that before in videos where something's playing in the background and the video gets taken down. Is that like would you say that's the biggest obstacle for YouTube for your content?
Correct. That is the biggest.
Okay. I want to go back before, sorry to belabor it, but some of those sort of questions about the consolidation and the regional studios. I was really confused by that conversation because I thought I understood sort of what was going on here, and now I'm not so sure. So I just want to make sure I'm not completely lost. I'm looking at the map on page 70, I think, of your 69 of your pre-filed testimony, just as sort of a reference point. So are each of the individual areas now, like each of these points, like Area 1, which is in Fairfield County, there's a studio there currently now that Optimum operates. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And same with 21 up in Litchfield County, 19. Each of these, are there studios at each of these, or are these just off? Like, are some of them offices without studios? Answer 21.
Yeah, so Area 21 should have a studio. It does not. But customers are paying as if it did, but that's in another docket. Area 19 has one studio in Newtown. They closed the one in Winstead in a Pura docket. And then Area 1 has Norwalk. And I don't know if I'm missing any, and Charter, Area 17.
So there are like 4 total studios, including your studio, or in Farmington?
Yes.
Okay. And the idea would be to close all 3 out of 4, not including your own, and then open another regional one. Is that the proposal?
So the 4 would close. we would maintain our Farmington location, but then also put a
Okay.
regional branch somewhere in that vicinity that's easy for that whole area to utilize.
Okay. So all four, like your current studio would close and be replaced by a new studio, or you'd have two studios?
We would maintain our main branch.
Okay. I guess, I'm trying this radical thing lately since I came up here of just saying out loud, like what's bothering me. What's bothering me, what I don't get is I take like the central premise, if you will, of your application is that from your perspective, Nutmeg could do a better job kind of getting the word out and increasing community engagement for PEG access. Is that fair to say?
Right.
What I don't get is, so why isn't the plan just for you to take over the studios that are already there and just go do a better job running those studios? Like, I'm not understanding. The only reason I can understand for that is I think getting at Attorney Bester's questioning the financial benefits of consolidation. Is that?
Correct. When you look at the Connecticut Department of Tourism, similar thing happened where they consolidated areas to make them more efficient, affordable, but they're still being utilized. So that's the goal here. And we've seen that happen in southeastern Connecticut. That whole arc is managed by one, and they manage more than one company.
Okay.
That are competing entities.
So the last thing that's kind of bothering me about this whole premise, and this is probably tainted by I spend most of my time thinking about like cost of service rate making, which is based where what customers pay is directly tied to what's being paid for. Here, what troubles me is that any efficiencies, whether it's ones gained by you or any of these companies, currently customers aren't immediately recognizing any financial benefits of those efficiencies like that. So for when you capture efficiencies, that just gets reinvested into Nutmeg, which theoretically benefits customers as long as those investments are optimal. But it's not like this is going to bring down cable bills, right? Like there is no plan that's going to actually reduce customer bills.
And there's no rate regulation for cable in Connecticut. So to be completely honest with you, as we have been all day, but to be frank with you, I should say, yes, that allows Nutmeg TV to keep PEGs as sustainable as possible in Connecticut until such time as the funding infrastructure is changed through the legislature and PURA.
And this is just like making sure I understand the whole, not like asking you to commit to anything, but is there a plan to change that? I mean, by statute, it's $5. We have 40% wiggle room. You need to kind of fundamentally change that model. Is there a plan? Does Nutmeg have a plan to try to adjust that? And again, I'm not trying to hold you to anything or ask you to reveal anything. I just want to understand if this is sort of like a space saver until we can find some other model, like how are we going to get there?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And that's something that we've been working on over the last 5 years with the legislature. And we do feel the OCC put out what we thought was a great bill, HB 5446, which equaled the playing field. PEG was just a very small part of that, but so this is to see another day.
Okay. And was the general nature of that bill to expand, to add additional funding from like streaming services? Was that the idea?
To lower the rate on customers on the cable side, and instead of having the legacy cable customers, which are dwindling, to expand that, because the cord was never really cut, still the same wire to the same customer on the same pole on the same street.
Right. And expand it to, I'm sorry, I probably worked at the OCC when the bill was proposed, so I'm sorry, I forget that.
Just by, having more people participate in that brings down the fees. And so customer fees would be greatly reduced. And the state of Connecticut has lost over $45 million in the gross earnings tax as a result. So PEG isn't the only loser here. There's a lot of losers in what's happening, but that's a conversation for another time.
Okay. Thank you, and sorry to derail. I'm back to understanding what's going on here, so I appreciate it. I think I saw Commissioner.
Thank you. Let me follow up really quickly. Thank you, Chairman Wheel, and then Commissioner Smith will follow me. But Chairman Wheel has me looking at the map on page 70 that he referenced earlier. And so looking locationally where the Farmington studio is, have you looked at drive time, like existing drive times versus, and can you point me to this, I guess, existing drive times versus drive times under your model with just the Farmington studio available?
Well, as an example, for Area 17 in particular, a drive time from Cheshire into downtown Meriden would take about 15 minutes. A drive from Cheshire to Farmington takes about 22. So it's an average of, 7 minutes, give or take. We can go through the rest. As Joni mentioned, coming from Area 20 into Farmington, and as I mentioned, from Colebrook into Newtown, those times would be drastically reduced.
They'd be reduced.
Be reduced. We currently work with one client, the Lions Club, who don't want to drive down to Newtown because it's too far from where they are in Harwington. So they come to our Farmington facility and we don't turn them away.
Okay, and would any of them be increased? Their drive time would be increased from their existing access?
Yes. Well, it would be dependent on where that regional studio would be located. And so if PIRA were to allow us these petitions, then, for example, near Newtown, Danbury are areas that we're looking at for a studio location.
But that's hypothetical.
That's hypothetical, yes, but it would have to be within the 55-mile precedent that PIRA has already established in some of the other consolidations that it's approved. So we would make sure that it was not over that mileage precedent.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm sorry to also belabor things here, but I'm a finance guy and I can't help myself. As a follow-up to my original question, what was the reason for the delay in the issuance of the financial statements or the completion of the financial statements?
I believe you said that the financial statements were already into the record except the balance sheet and
Sorry, I'm talking about
the 990?
Okay, so sorry, that's the answer, I guess. So the word budget is all over that OCC exhibit. That's why I keep getting confused. So just to be absolutely certain, even though it says budget in the title and on the top of the page, it's not a budget, it's actual.
Right, and
Okay.
I'd be happy to submit a cleaner copy for you.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to ask a question about something you just stated in your discussion with Commissioner. Oh my God, I just blinked on him. Beecher, sorry. Thank you. Talking about transportation, you pointed out it's transportation to the Farmington studio. You pointed out that Area 17 particularly might experience some lower mileage or drive times. Is that accurate?
I didn't say that, no.
No.
No, I said they would go from 15 to about 22.
Oh, okay, sorry. Are you aware of whether public transportation from the city of Meriden is able to get you to the Farmington studio?
I'm not sure about Meriden. I do know that the new bus route goes up Route 10 through Southington, Cheshire, through Plainville and into Farmington, yes.
Okay. Okay. I think we will check on that as well and take a look at whether that's accurate, whether it connects. But
I live on Route 10, so right off of Route 10. I drive behind the buses.
There's a gentleman from Meriden, one of the producers, who actually called me and said he likes to go to the Manchester studio better because it works out for him better up in Cox. So he's passing Farmington and going right to Manchester because he likes it there. And you
well,
know,
it's certainly better to have options of studios to go to rather than just have one. I'd like to ask you some questions regarding what appears to be commercial use of your studio in Farmington. Can you please turn to page 3 of your proposed operating plan? Okay, if you look about 5 rows down under the Roman numeral 3 organizational review, there is a sentence that starts Nutmeg TV's articles of incorporation. Can you read me that sentence?
first paragraph,
The first paragraph under,
organizational review.
correct. There's a sentence that starts Nutmeg TV's. If it's helpful, I could-
Nutmeg TV's articles of incorporation demonstrate that its purpose is solely focused on community access. And Nutmeg TV intends to update its articles of incorporation upon the completion of these dockets to reflect additional towns.
Okay, is it true that Nutmeg's purpose is solely focused on community access?
Yes.
I apologize for jumping around. Can you now please open the Nutmeg pre-filed testimony and turn to page 6? Please read the question numbered 14Q.
Nutmeg TV operates exclusively as an educational nonprofit whose primary purpose is cap responsibilities, not motivated by profit, as the 3 large cable broadband mobile voice providers are in these dockets.
Thank you. You actually read the section that I was going to ask you to read next. So that says exclusively as an educational nonprofit, purpose is cap responsibilities, and you said not motivated by profit, as the 3 large cable broadband mobile voice providers are in this docket. Is it true that Nutmeg is not motivated by profit?
Yeah.
And now please turn to page 4 of back to the operating plan, page 4, please. There's a section that is section B. It says Nutmeg TV as an overachiever in the PEG landscape. Can you please read the paragraph or sentence starting operating 24/7?
Operating 24/7, 365 days a year, Nutmeg has voluntarily expanded its services to obtain financing of operations beyond what the law provides, including paid production services, drone videography, studio rentals, media conversion services, and grant acquisitions.
So I appreciate that. I think you left out a few words from the 3rd bullet, studio rentals.
For commercial enterprises.
Thank you. Can you tell me what does Nutmeg mean by paid production services?
Sure. Nutmeg TV holds a fundraiser where we have marketing agencies and video production companies who utilize the facility when it's not in use by the public.
This is, and I appreciate you calling it a fundraiser, but let's get down to brass tacks here. These are people paying for production services that Nutmeg offers?
No.
No. They're utilizing the studio space when not being used by the public, and funds from that fundraiser go directly back into the PEG operations.
Is this a once or twice a year fundraiser, or is this available at any time?
It's available only when the public is not using the facility.
Okay, when the public is not using the facility, please correct me if I'm wrong, but somebody can pay for services.
They pay for the space.
Does this include staff time?
The staff clocks out of PEG Productions and the staff is funded by the fundraiser.
So staff clocks out of its normal job, and when staff is clocked out from its normal job, is it available for its normal purposes to assist PEG access users who are looking for their services?
Correct. And I believe we did answer this in one of the interrogatories, I believe, but basically someone like myself, in a hypothetical scenario here, I would open up the building at 5 o'clock in the morning, allow the company to come in. I turn the lights on. I make sure that the building is comfortable for them. And then they have the use of the studio space for the allotted time that they require. And I go back to standard operating production, operating procedures.
Okay, if a person comes to you as a PEG access user looking for free services, is there any scenario where this person would be offered paid production services?
Only if they require production assistance beyond the normal standards of normal PEG operations.
So a person who comes to you as a PEG access user might have an opportunity to pay you money for above and beyond what the normal service user would require. Is that accurate?
I've never experienced that in my term at Nutmeg TV.
Okay, what types of people or organizations do use paid production services?
That's confidential information.
Broad strokes?
Well, as I said, it would be marketing agencies, video production companies.
Okay. These are folks that would, is it accurate to say that these are folks that would otherwise have found a commercial operated studio and utilized those services?
No, because we're providing the space. We're not providing camera people. We're not providing equipment. We're not doing that. We're providing the space. So they bring in their own equipment. They bring in their own people. They are renting the space.
I just quickly want to jump in here. Thank you. If they're renting the space, why are you describing this as fundraising income? It could be, and I understand your desire to increase your revenue streams, having spent 9 years running a nonprofit myself. But it would seem to me that's what you're doing. You're renting out the space. So I'm curious as to why you describe it as fundraising.
It's unrelated business income, and that income goes directly back to the facility. So, for example, if someone wanted to rent a room at the museum for a birthday party or something like that, those funds would go back into the museum. And so we're doing the same thing when the studio is not being used or required use by the public, which is how many times a year?
A dozen.
Maybe six?
I absolutely understood that. Birthday parties are a great revenue stream for the museum, but I'm just curious as to why you're describing it as fundraising. And when I would do my budget, I had a separate line for birthday parties. It was not down in my fundraising line. And I may only be talking about semantics. And I'll end it there because I know we want to move on. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Cheeseman, but you triggered a question. And that is, would somebody using the facility under these circumstances characterize it as a donation?
It's quite possible. Certainly, I haven't asked that question.
All right, thank you.
So, sorry, so I'm back to OCC 12A. Where in revenues would those revenues appear? Would that be the,
Way down under income. Yeah. 48,
4860.
yeah, but this is
Oh,
their,
that's fine.
2025. Oh,
The other conversion can come under fundraise. Maybe the 2024.
we'll provide a late filed exhibit with that because I don't see it here and it should be under the fundraising expense 4860.
Okay. And while I have you, if I could, this is one of those pure questions where you're going to say, well, you should know the answer, but I probably wasn't here. You have a grant for PETA, I think it's called.
Yep.
Sorry, is that 200,000? It's hard to.
Or 2024.
Well, I'm looking at that OCC exhibit.
Okay, we found the fundraising line item for that. It's 4083, line item 4083. $15,325.
Okay, thank you.
And can we restate for the record the purpose of late filed exhibit 6, what specifically you were requesting?
I think she just.
Oh,
answered.
are you satisfied?
Yeah, no, I was just curious where it
Okay,
was.
we don't need an LFE 6
No.
then. Thank you.
Okay, but it reminded me, I had another question about PETA grant. And I think in the OCC 12A, you have it at $200,000. And if I'm reading that right, I think it's 200.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm curious about, so when I went back and looked at the docket for PEGpedia or whatever, it said the grant was 49,000 in April of 2025. So is there another grant in there or something? And I may be missing something because again, I wasn't here in 2025. I was happily doing something else.
We'd be happy to look that up. Robin, is there a guest? We're not able to get on the internet here.
And you can answer that question later if you like. I just can't put the two numbers because in docket number, Tom, you told me the docket number. I apologize. Something from April of 25. I think it said you had a $49,000 grant.
We did get a 49,000. That was the last grant we got was 49,000 from PEGpedia.
So
you.
again, I'm just trying to then figure out what the 200 means.
I'll look it up.
Okay, thanks.
Are you able to access that now, or should we get that as a read-in?
Oh, we could do a read-in.
Sure, that would be read-in B, the balance of PEG-PESHA grants in what year, Commissioner Smith?
Well, I'm looking at OCC Exhibit 12A, which is actuals, I understand, for fiscal year 2025.
So the balance of the PEG-PESHA grant in fiscal year 2025 as read-in B, if I'm not mistaken?
Thanks. Sorry, I have this problem with I like to understand numbers, except when I'm balancing my own checkbook.
Right. Thank you.
Anything else? Okay. So looking back to, we were just looking at the Exhibit OCC 12A and B, which I believe are, what's that? That's the, it says budget name, profit and loss, fiscal year 2023 and fiscal year 2024. You just pointed us to the line item under there. It's 4083, which is this, it says non-com paid rentals. And so that probably means what is the non-com?
Non-community.
Non-community, okay. And so in 2023, it looks like it's 15,000. And that generated, and then in 2024, it jumps to 30,000. That's a pretty significant jump. What do you attribute that to?
That would be whatever projects happened that year.
Those roughly 6 projects generated. Okay.
And again, I do not have that number here on hand. That is-
Understood. It's just what appears on the page. Third bullet under where I just pointed you to where you said studio rentals for commercial enterprise. Is that what we're talking about right now? These are the studio rentals for commercial enterprises. You also said that these rentals are for the studio space and not for the equipment. Do you mean all Nutmeg equipment? Do the studios include, let's say, lighting, green screens, desks?
They'll include the sets and the lights, yes.
Okay, and these are the studios are funded at least in part by PEG subscriber fees. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so just boiling this down again, we're talking community access studios that you operate for the production of meaningful community access for communities in your area, studios paid for by subscriber fees, at least in part, that are being offered to commercial enterprises to use them, and you generate income based off of that. Is that a reasonable summary of the circumstance?
Yes, and I would turn you to NECTA. I know Optimum is not a member of NECTA, but Cox is, I believe. NECTA said in the 220626 docket that they applauded Nutmeg TV's use of the studio rental as an income producer in order to keep PEG access sustainable. And so the money all goes back to the organization, and we're not keeping folks out because a rental is in. Most of these rentals will come in on a weekend, or they'll come in on a Friday, like Chris said, at 5 a.m. We're not keeping John Smith out from doing his cooking show because we have a rental. And there's not a lot of rentals.
Okay.
And as far as the equipment goes, we're really proud of the equipment that we have at Nutmeg, but nowhere does it compete with a Red camera that's $60,000 that these organizations bring in themselves. So they're using much more high-end equipment.
Okay. You actually just brought up a really good point. So are these commercial enterprise rentals scheduled in advance?
Well in advance, yeah.
Okay, and if a community access member wanted to schedule time and their only availability happened to be when this commercial user was scheduled, what would be the resolution?
That scenario wouldn't happen. We base our scheduling off of the 13-week rotation that is mandated. Therefore, everything is scheduled well in advance for the public to use.
Okay. Let's look ahead to whether when the petitions are potentially granted. We've talked about how now we've got 8 areas utilizing the Farmington studio as well as a potential regional studio. I imagine you are anticipating an uptick in usage. Is that reasonable?
Absolutely.
Okay. How do you see this, moving forward? You've got, like we said before, roughly 1.5 million community members served, residents served, that have the opportunity to use these studios. Do you see this being a further problem down the road? An increased issue of conflict?
That would be a very good problem to have, in our opinion.
Okay. And I mean, just looking back on what we've sort of said already, you've got 8 areas worth of residents vying for time for 2 studios, commercial users as well. And just want to point back to sorry, I'll strike what I just said, please. I just wanted to point you back to what you had originally said, what I started this line of questioning with under Roman numeral 3 of the organizational review on your operational plan, where Nutmeg TVs articles of incorporation demonstrate that its purpose is solely focused on community access. Considering everything we just discussed, is that still really accurate?
100%. That's why we're here today. We are here today to make meaningful public access happening in Western Connecticut because it's not. That is the only reason we are here today.
You say that, but it's like you're not being forthright about the fact that your budget is going to go up fivefold due to the combination of the service areas. Is it really just about serving community members?
Yes, my response to Chairman Wheel was the response that, we've put it in the testimony that PEG sustainability is declining. The funding is declining. In order to maintain PEG, to see another day, it needs to continue to thrive until such time as a funding model is changed. Now, to answer your question, Attorney Bester, about can we handle 1.5 million people, I'll tell you that in all the areas that we're talking about, I think 40 people is all that all of your companies are handling right now in Western Connecticut compared to hundreds that we're handling. And so those numbers are in the docket. And if we can grow that, if we can double that, if we can even quadruple that, we could still handle what needs to happen.
Mhm.
And at least folks who are paying the PEG fee will have something for it instead of nothing.
You say that the people paying for it will have something instead of nothing. That's not an accurate description of what's being provided by the current cable caps. I mean,
We'll get into that record on Wednesday.
okay.
Attorney Bester, could we just stick to questions? You've made several statements during your questioning. If we could just stick to questions rather than attorneys making statements, that would be great. Thank you.
You describe your studio as being professional grade throughout your testimony. Is this accurate?
Yes.
Do you believe that your operating of a professional grade studio has contributed to your ability to attract paying commercial enterprise customers?
Yes, the studio space.
Would you agree that it is more expensive to operate a professional grade studio and offer the amenities that you do than operating a studio that is more comparable to what the studios that the cable caps operate?
I would say there's a big difference between a broadcast interview set versus a curtain. Yes.
Okay. Is a professional grade studio required to provide meaningful public access?
Yes, we do.
Yes, we believe that a viewer will stay on a program that has an aesthetic pleasing background, and you can hear the audio, you can see the people. It sure beats 2 chairs, a plant, and a table.
Can you point to any statute or regulation that says that it's required?
Meaningful public access. You can see it, you can hear it. It should be in HD. You folks don't take us in HD. We have to deregulate, downgrade our signal. You can't even buy standard definition equipment anymore, but the bottom line is meaningful.
And Attorney Bester, you did ask if it was her opinion that this was a good idea for them to require it. So I think she was offering her opinion that this was necessary in her point of view.
Okay, but so that is. Let's see.
I mean, my read of this, it may not be required specifically in the statute, but it is, would presume the statute allows the people providing the public access to determine the best method in which to deliver it for a high quality and meaningful experience.
Are you aware of any finding by PIRA or OCC or any other agency that the cable providers have been providing anything other than meaningful public access?
Would you rephrase that question?
Are you aware of any finding by PIRA, the OCC, or any other agency that has determined that the cable caps are providing anything other than meaningful public access?
That's beyond our scope.
Okay. David? Okay, I'm gonna pass it to Attorney Bowden.
Commissioner, did you want to take a break here?
Would we like a, what, 15-minute break?
That's,
Would that be sufficient? All right.
thank you.
The temperature.
Freezing in here. It feels like my house.
Then back.
Hmm?
Told you about the saga with my dog's hotspot.
Oh, yeah, you didn't tell me what happened, though. You told me you would
It's-
take her to the vet.
Well, I was. It's gotten worse again. I'm have to just look at it. So I got it this morning and there was blood sprayed all over the floor and the walls because she had scratched
Oh,
it.
my God. Poor thing.
I know, look at her.
Mm. Oh. What'd the doctor say?
Let's see. They might put her on prednisone, clip some more hair. So, this is her when she's.
Sorry to interrupt, please.
Thank you. Are we ready to resume? Have at it then, please.
I have a follow-up question on a statement that was made earlier, and I would refer to it as the hamburger metaphor. I believe, and I'm just trying to remember exactly what you said. It was in relation to the folks down in Area 1, and I believe you said that if you were them and you were looking for a hamburger, and you don't know where to get it. Can you try to restate your hamburger metaphor?
Sure.
Or is that accurate?
No, that's fine. I believe what I said is if I wanted a hamburger, I would need to know with a sign and a door that was open and a menu that was up, where I could find a hamburger.
Okay, and is it accurate that you are using that to basically say that the folks down in Area 1 don't understand that there is a studio?
Well, I went there. And everything was locked. And there was no sign, and I put all the pictures in the record. And I went to the customer service folks where you return your box or you pick up a new box, and I asked where the PEG studio was, and they didn't have any idea what PEG was. And so I went out into the lobby and I saw what you've read already in the pictures that I provided from my phone. And I dialed the number, nobody answered, there was no message. And so, we see in your annual reports for your client's annual reports that there's a studio, but we'll talk more about that on Wednesday. But yeah, there is no sign, there is no door open, there is no light on, and there is nobody that answers the phone.
Okay, and so you're also aware that in the record, there are numerous letters and statements from the council they call themselves Area 9 council, and other folks down in Area 1 that have submitted statements and comments in the docket. Is that correct?
Yes, I reached out to many of them, had conversations.
And so OCC 8 asked you, and I'll give you a moment to get there.
And while you're giving me a moment, Presiding Chairman Cheeseman, I don't know if this is the right time to bring it up, but we provided inaccurate information to Commissioner Smith and you, Attorney Bester. The OCC 12A exhibits are budgets. They're not the P&L. So when you saw $200,000, that was us, because we had written a grant to PEG PISA for 200,000, but we did not receive that amount. Our disbursements for PEGpedia were 49,000 in 24. In 23 it was 40,000, and 22 it was 200,000. So those were budgets. So when you saw that at the top, that's what that was. So then Attorney Bester, to you, in the amount of money rental the studio, that $30,000, that's not accurate.
Okay.
That is what we budgeted that we would receive. I wanted to make that clear.
Appreciate that.
All right.
Yeah.
So, sorry, then, I think I had an earlier late file asking for some financials. Here we go again.
Yeah.
You're gonna tell me we already have them again or not? I think this is the one where we
The
decided.
financial statement, including P&L sources,
Yeah,
uses,
so now that
balance
we know
sheet.
that it's a draft budget, we can reinstate the request for.
It's
actuals.
still in there.
The actual still in there?
I have it as late file 4, I think. 1, 2, 3.
The
Copy of the
P&L.
2025 financial statement, including P&L sources and uses, balance sheet,
Sweet.
et cetera. Yeah. Thank you. All right.
OCC 12.
OCC 8. Oh, sorry. I was going to ask you a question regarding OCC 8. That OCC 8 asks, how does Nutmeg Public TV respond to residents' comments expressing concern about losing their local access channels? And I'll direct you to the third page of your response. And this goes back to your assertion that the folks in area 1 are uninformed.
Misinformed.
Sorry, misinformed. And I would just like to point you to here, this kind of bolded section in the middle. It starts with the number 4. This is an excerpt from a December 2025 meeting of the Area 1 Advisory Council, which you say mistakenly refers to itself as Area 9. But so okay. Can you read this section under number 4, Nutmeg TV petition to take over community access operations in Area 9?
Second paragraph.
You can start with the first paragraph.
Docket 250907, Nutmeg TV petition to replace Altice as cap in A9, along with similar petitions in other Connecticut franchise areas. So what I'm reading is from the Advisory Council's minutes. These are not our words.
Yep.
This would replace our town-specific PEG model with a centralized model. At the A9CC September meeting, the council voted to oppose this takeover of PEG in Area 9.
That says Chris Bresnan met with Joni Wedler of Nutmeg last month, where certain issues were discussed. He reported that Nutmeg is confident that they would prevail and affirm its belief that a regional PEG model is superior to a town-specific.
Correct.
Now you go on to say none of the statement, after that section, you go on to say none of the statements referenced above and reportedly communicated by Optimum are true, except for a meeting with Optimum's Chris Bresnan. Is anything that we just read in that section not exactly what you're proposing here?
That is not, none of that is true. The only thing that's true is that we met with Mr. Bresnan and Ms. Greenleaf. A number of us were on that meeting, but we never said that we were regionalizing their town-specific channels. In fact, we told them the opposite. And so the folks down in Area 1 are very upset because they work, we have to hand it to them. They do a really good job with their government and educational channels. They should be applauded. And we've told them that. And they feel that they're going to lose those and they're going to be all combined into one regional channel. And that's not the case. If Optimum is currently distributing those channels as town-specific, they will stay town-specific. Nothing is changing.
Okay, but aren't you proposing a model here that instead of having studios in each town, this is a regional PEG model of providing?
They don't have studios in each town.
I'm sorry, in each service area. I apologize. That was a misstatement.
So let's talk about Area 1, which is what we're talking about. There's one studio. It's at the Norwalk facility where I visited. There are servers, video servers in some of the towns, and they schedule their own town meetings. They do the scheduling themselves. Optimum doesn't do it. None of that's changing unless Optimum chooses to change that, but we are not. So their town-specific channels will continue to go into the towns that are served. So that's where the misinformation came from. And Mr. Bresnan was aware of that, as was Ms. Greenleaf. And so we asked, why didn't you tell your folks down there so they understand? We have representatives, Representative Steinberg and other legislators who have supported Nutmeg TV's petitions, recognizing that.
And you stated that you're going to go into Area 1 and you're going to drum up the service of studios, correct?
We are going to have a nice facility for them to use. Sure.
And you're planning on actively marketing to those folks if you are approved, correct?
Correct.
What's your budget for marketing?
We don't have one.
What do you plan to spend once you are approved in order to attract users?
We spend our money very, very wisely for reasons that you already know. And so we use social media and we use word of mouth, and we expect the companies to help us be successful. And what I mean by that is in the statute, it says that the companies must provide a good faith effort. In other words, you don't have to say who we're closing this studio, but hey, here's this great studio for you to use. And that's what Comcast is doing with us currently.
So how are you so sure that you're going to be successful and pull in more customers?
Well, that's hypothetical. I can talk to what Chris said. We're successful here, so we certainly anticipate we would be there.
You anticipate that the folks are going to be just as receptive as the folks that you currently serve?
Why wouldn't they be?
Do you have a analysis of your return on investment of what you put into?
We're a nonprofit, Attorney Bester. We're provided to provide meaningful access, and that's what we do.
So in your plans and all the information you just put forth, have you laid out how specifically you intend to market to these individuals?
There is more paper in these dockets than there is in any other consolidation that has been in front of anybody in Connecticut as far as PEG goes. We have given more paper than you even want to read. It's all in there.
It's all in there.
It is.
Is this a fully baked plan or are you just outlining what your intentions are? Where are the specifics?
We've answered these questions, Attorney Bester.
Okay, I'll move on.
Yeah, I was going to say, if there's a specific area for which you are searching specifics, then could you designate that? And then Ms. Weidler could have a chance to respond. But you're concluded that line of questioning, Attorney Bester, for the time being?
I would just ask that specifically for area 1, where this has been discussed in depth in this docket, if you have any specific budget information or marketing plan of how you're going to reach people, how you're going to get them into the studios, how you're going to make it worth their while.
So is your question, are there any specific plans as far as marketing and informing people in the area that this studio now exists available for your use? Is that your question?
Yes, please.
We will work with Optimum to make sure that the people in your area know that there's a studio for them to use and that there is a channel 88.
So, but currently there are no specific plans. This will be determined upon approval or in the case of disapproval, it's a moot point.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that sufficient, Attorney Bester? Would you like to continue this line of questioning?
Since there's nothing specific, I don't think there's anything that I can ask to be provided. So
All right.
I will move on.
Thank you.
I'm going to do my best to adhere to your admonition this morning and be succinct. A couple of follow-ups. I just want to make sure I didn't hear you incorrectly, Ms. Wedler. I believe you referenced earlier, and I don't recall in response to who, the notion of real estate holdings. Does Nutmeg have any real estate holdings other than the property that you sold in 2025?
No.
Okay. And also, you indicated that in response to a question about additional studios, if communities rally and support, you will entertain additional studios. Am I to construe that statement to mean there's no commitment to react to community interest or concerns if there is a desire in a community to maintain or reinstate a studio?
That's a good question. If there is a commitment, there would be a commitment by Nutmeg TV if there was a need.
If that wasn't my question. My question was if the community indicate, you said if they rally and support, you would entertain.
Correct.
And I'm asking if they rally and support, would you reinstate or maintain the studio?
We would entertain it at that time.
In response to a question by Commissioner Beecher regarding subscriber funds in use, are you aware that 90% of charter's expense is for studio and staff?
I believe that I pointed that out, yes.
So if you close the studio, Will you can agree that you would then have subscriber funds that are no longer needed to the tune of 90%?
No, I wouldn't.
Well, you just reduced your expenses by 90% in a franchise area, right?
According to what charter is spending it on.
Okay. And if that is true, there would be a dramatic windfall, right?
No, I don't think so, because the services would have to be provided in the regional TV branch.
And those funds would stay within that franchise area
That's-
under your localized funding model?
Yes,
Okay. And you're gonna have a lay file exhibit explains how you're gonna do that, correct?
that's what I heard.
Finally, just following up on the questions I asked you earlier today about use of counsel. So you said you did not use counsel for the memorandum of understanding, correct?
Correct,
You did not use counsel, obviously, for this proceeding, correct?
correct.
But you did for the real estate transaction.
We needed to, yes.
What's your criteria for when you retain counsel?
When it falls outside of our level of expertise. We cannot afford to have retain corporation counsel. So when we sold the real estate, obviously we needed to have counsel.
Do you anticipate a greater use of counsel if your petitions are granted and you have a much larger entity?
No,
Quick question, again, coming at it from my nonprofit experience, obviously you have not retained paid counsel. Do you avail yourself of the use of pro bono counsel?
when we can, and we've done so legislatively, yes. When we've worked on legislative initiatives for PEG funding, we did use a pro bono counsel. We were a part of a regional group.
And have you consulted on a pro bono basis with any counsel in the preparation of this docket?
No,
Thank you. Thank you, Attorney Bogut. Did you have further questions?
Do.
All right, carry on.
I want to follow up on, it's unfortunate Chairman Wheel's not here because he was asking questions about studio use going forward. So refer to it for the moment to VSP 13, and I don't know if you necessarily have to look at it. You say that Nutmeg will be able to incorporate all areas into a single 24/7, 365 public access channel with room to grow. Is that a fair statement?
Yes,
And in response to OCC 9, you said that a minimum of 142 individuals and/or organizations contributed content to be aired per month in 2025. Is that a fair statement as well?
yes,
And in response to OCC 33, you said that on average, you service 8 to 10 studio appointments, 3 field camera appointments, and 3 field edit appointments per week. Is that about right?
that's about right.
And those appointments are scheduled in 2 to 3 hour intervals, correct?
Correct. 2-hour intervals.
Okay. Now, in OCC 35, you answered that 100% of your weekly time slots are filled by community-produced programming, correct?
Correct.
So now we're talking about potentially needing to allocate time and resources associated with at least 4 and perhaps 6 franchise areas, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so let's see how this is going to work. Let me just pose a hypothetical example, and you can tell me if it doesn't make sense. Jane Smith is a retired professional chef. Okay? She produces a weekly cooking show. Okay. She uses a studio production facilities on Mondays at 7 in Charter's Newtown facility. And her show airs twice, Monday and Friday at 7 p.m. Okay. Now, you're going to be combining public access platforms that will no longer have a unique channel assigned to a franchise, right? So, well, first let me ask this. Is it fair to say that not all time slots are not created equal? Some are more desirable than others?
No producer owns their time slot, correct.
Oh, yeah, but I guess my question is a little bit different. Say 8 to 11 is far more desirable than 1 a.m. to 3 a.m.
That depends on the producer, truly. We have producers who do request many different time slots throughout the week, and some of them do not include the evenings.
So when you say that Nutmeg has enough aggregate channel capacity to meet the needs of all of the franchise area public access users, I assume your calculation factors in that many access users will be competing for the same small subset of hours.
No, if you look at our schedule, which we've submitted to the OCC, over 200 plus pages of actual as-run schedules. We currently operate our schedule in an AM and PM block. So that would be if you aired at 8 o'clock at night, you air at 8 o'clock in the morning. So immediately upon taking the role for the public channel for these areas, we immediately could eliminate 50% of the content right there. And that would open up 50% of the blocks, and we start moving some things around to work with the producers on what available time slots they may request.
But that is the existing Nutmeg model, correct?
Correct.
We're now talking about as many of at least 6 franchise areas where Jane Smith and John Smith both use 7 p.m. on Mondays and Fridays in their current franchise areas. What's your plan to manage that?
We would have robust discussions with those producers as well as our current producers.
Nobody owns their time slot. And so we go by the 13-week rotation. So every 13 weeks, so let's say you wanted that time slot that Jane Smith had in her cooking show. And let's say you were from Charter Territory. Nutmeg TV is going to have a fair and equitable system as it does now. So you would be on a wait list and you would bump Jane Smith right out of her slot for the next 13 weeks. That's how the 13-week rotation works in 16331C. And so that is what we operate under, and that's what we would. So if to Cox, Attorney Bester, that was one of the questions they said is, how fair are you going to be to people who are coming in from outside? Well, they're all the same. We're not going to look at them as you're outside of the Farmington area. They're all the same and they have equal access. No one owns their time slot. We ran into that years ago with PEG when folks felt that they owned the time slot, and that's where the 13-week rotation came into play. Excuse me.
I'm not going to go there. So if no one owns their time slot, I guess the short answer is somebody's not going to be happy.
Oh, they're all happy. They're all happy. If you want that 7 o'clock time slot, we would say, all right, Attorney Bogan, you're going to get that to do your cooking show. And Miss Smith, you'll have to take your second or third choice. And then after 13 weeks, if Miss Smith wanted to bump you out of that time slot, she would have that right. And that's what we follow under the current statute.
But your hypothetical, you're just talking about 2 individuals, but you're talking about 6 franchise areas with potentially 6 individuals vying for the same time.
Right. The current position, though, is how many shows are we actually talking about? I think there's 3 programs coming out of Charter. Optimum, you've got none, and Cox, you're the leader of the pack. I think you've got 26 or 30. So we're not talking about hundreds of programs, Attorney Bogan.
And I've tried to refrain from asking you legal questions, but you just referred twice to what the statute requires. That's your interpretation of what the statute requires. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct. I am not a lawyer.
Thank you. On another note, just sticking with Charter for a moment, are you aware that there are 2 employees in the Charter studio?
Yeah, and they're great.
And one's been there for 27 years and one's
Yeah.
been there for 12?
Yeah.
Fair to say that the possibility of both or one of those people may lose their job.
Are you aware that we have the endorsement of the Cable Advisory Council in Area 19?
I'm aware that you didn't answer my question.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was your question? You asked me if I was aware there were 2 employees. Yes.
And then I asked you if it's possible that one or both of them will lose their job.
I can't answer that.
Who can?
When we have the regional branch location, we will open those jobs up to anyone who would like to apply.
But we're talking 6 different franchise area with numerous personnel.
Actually, we're talking about 4.
Here we go again, Commissioner.
Let's play nice in the sandbox. We'll be respectful, so if you can direct your question again, Attorney Bogan, and if you could answer to the best of your ability, Ms. Wetler.
We're talking 6 different franchise areas with 6 different sets of personnel. You've talked very often about efficiencies. I take that to mean that several, if not many, people will lose their jobs. Is that fair?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. Now, let's talk about funding for a moment. You agree that the PEG funding levels differ from franchise to franchise?
yes,
And subject to check, let's just say the low is Charter's Western franchise at $6.89 and Cablevision's Litchfield franchise $11.54. Does that sound about right?
yes.
Okay. Now, I believe your response to that OCC3.
ESP
Yeah, VSP 22, you indicated that you don't propose to make any adjustments to address these disparate PEG fee amounts. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, currently, PEG fee levels are designed to reflect the revenues needed to cover PEG-related expenses in a particular franchise area, right?
I don't know.
Do you not engage in the annual PEG support docket that the authority convenes?
Yes, but we don't have any input into how those rates are set.
You've been doing this for 30+ years, correct?
Yes,
Now, you were asked if you would be open to establishing some new uniform structure for all of the franchise areas, were you not?
we were asked that.
And you said you thought the existing fee structure should remain in place, correct?
We answered that we would not seek to change it.
So if we look at the most recent decision by the authority on PEG support, the 2026 decision that came out last month, the charter fee was $10.48 and the optimum Norwalk fee is $7.12, correct? Subject to check if you wish.
Yes, that charter fee went up $4 per subscriber because the year before it was $6 and something.
So, so the charter fee is now 47% higher than the optimum fee.
That's because charter asked for a reduction in the PEG fee the year before.
I didn't ask you how it got there. I just asked you if you agreed that it's about 47% higher.
I don't know. I didn't do the math.
Okay. Well, you agree that it's significantly higher than the optimum fee.
What was the optimum fee?
$7.12, charter's $10.48.
Yes,
And you believe that maintaining this fee structure is fair and appropriate to the customers, notwithstanding this disparity?
no, I'm saying that we're a nonprofit PEG organization. We did not set the original statutory limits for those areas. That is beyond our scope.
But you have said you don't propose to change the PEG support number.
Attorney Bogan, as it's not within Ms. Wedler's ability to change the PEG structure, and she has no role in setting the PEG structure, I'm not quite see the purpose of this line of questioning.
If I can rephrase one more question, Commissioner.
All right, one more time.
The question is, you do not propose to change the per franchise fee based upon that disparity?
No, that is not a proper characterization. I am not in the position to set those levels. I'm not commenting on what should happen with those levels. It's beyond my scope.
I'll leave it alone. Yes. So let's move on to a different area. I know you're not a lawyer, but because you've done this a long time, and I believe both you and Mr. Bennett have referenced the applicable law in other contexts today. You're aware that the federal law authorizes local franchising authorities to require channel capacity designated specifically for non-commercial PEG, right?
I really don't know.
All right. Are you aware that the federal law addresses commercial use under a different statute?
I'm not.
Okay. You're aware that channel capacity for PEG is not the same as channel capacity for commercial use.
We really don't know.
Okay. You would agree that PEG channels are supposed to be used to provide public education and governmental content, correct?
Correct.
And they're not supposed to be available for other uses, correct?
Correct.
I assume you're aware that Connecticut's access provider requirements prohibit the presentation of any advertising material designed to promote the sale of commercial products or services?
Correct. We have a policy in the record, our own policy that adheres to that.
Okay. Mr. Bumpin is going to put something up. I believe it's on your website.
Yeah, it's like a-
Yeah. That one's in. But you found it. Are you familiar with this clip?
Yes.
Okay. And this is from your streaming channel and your linear channel?
Yes.
Okay. You can play it. This looks to be for farmingtonmotorsports.com, correct? And here's one for Dancingly Yours. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Fair to say that those clips are intended to promote businesses?
As what? Commercials?
Are they non-commercial?
Are you talking about what's on the website?
I'm talking about what we just saw.
Which is on the website. That's what Robin just called up?
Correct.
Okay, so we're able to advertise on the website. That's the internet. That is not on the channel.
I believe I said that clip or those clips were captured on your linear channel.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said they were on the website when you called it up.
Yeah.
Yes, they are on the linear channel also.
Okay. And those are clearly designed to promote businesses.
I'll turn you to Appendix C4, answered to OCC, and you can read our policy statement on-air commercial products. So we follow the law and what is allowed for commercialism. So in other words, if you watch PBS and you see This Old House show, This Old House is brought to you by Black & Decker Tools for Men, whatever they say. There's no quantitative calls to action on any of those. No quantitative, qualitative, comparative, no direct inducements, calls to action, no overly promotional
I
material.
appreciate that.
Oh, okay,
But I didn't ask you about any of that.
you did.
That video did not say this program is sponsored by Dancingly Yours, did it?
We don't have programs that are sponsored by businesses.
I'm using your turn of phrase. You just said it's much like PBS, where at the end they say this program is sponsored by.
I'm sorry. I should have been clearer. PBS does have corporate sponsors on programming, but we are not airing anything on the channel that is commercial in nature. And if you would refer to our Appendix C4, you'll see what those rules are.
If I may add, our bulletin board system also states that they are sponsors within the bulletin board system.
So if someone's a sponsor within the bulletin board system, they can put up a clip that advertises their.
It's on the channel. I'm just saying it's documented on the bulletin board that they're a sponsor.
I appreciate that. I guess
It's not considered advertising according to what the law says.
Okay, I said I was refraining from asking you for legal conclusions, but you sometimes want to give it, but that's okay. I'm going to leave it. Commissioner, I'm almost done.
I was just going to ask if, I guess are these paid for?
Yes,
Where does the advertising revenue show up? On what line?
it's not advertising revenue, Commissioner. It is, and it would show up.
I'm just, all right, I'm just curious as to how it's that specific revenue is classified.
Sponsor donor,
Yeah.
OCC 12A as 410.
If they're a sponsor or a donor, are they receiving an IRS letter documenting their donation to your organization?
If it falls under $50, then no, and those fall under $50. Only if they, yes, a letter can go out if the monetary value.
It's more than
is-
$50.
Yes. It could be as high as 100 now. I'm not certain.
Thank you.
Just as a very brief
I'm-
follow-up to that, for the studio uses by commercial entities, you also characterize those as donations. Similar question to what Commissioner Cheeseman just asked. Are IRS letters sent for those that exceed the limit?
No, we didn't say donations. We say it could be considered a donation, but we don't see it as a donation. Yeah, we don't record it as that.
Commissioner Beecher asked if it was a donation, but we didn't allocate it as such.
I'm going to jump back in there. I believe you listed it among your fundraising totals.
Yes, it is part of our fundraising totals.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a relevant distinction on the fundraising totals versus the donations and how it's treated? Is it just
Yes.
how it's
Allocated.
allocated? Okay. And are there tax receipts for those?
We comply with whatever our CPA requires.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure, I'm going to ask for a late filed exhibit detailing funds received for, I believe we're calling it fundraising for 2024 through 2025, 2023 through 2025.
Filed exhibit that gives the details of anything that's included in that fundraising line
I believe that's what
for 2024 and 2025?
I said 2023, but
2023 through 2025?
Now you haven't asked, and I probably shouldn't offer.
There's no question pending, Commissioner.
Oh,
That leave about 6 or 7, sorry.
That is
I have 6.
6.
Thank you.
Just a few more questions. In VSP
I
9.
just jump in with 2 questions.
Oh, of course you may, Commissioner. Thank you.
The first question is actually, what were you about to add? Ms. Wielder?
What I was about to add that you're asking for late file exhibit on the fundraising, and the majority of the money that comes in from our fundraising is from our conversion service, where we convert photos, slides, and videotapes to media, digital media. So you're gonna, I think the 2 sponsors that you showed up there are the only ones that we have. And just to make a note that when that late filed exhibit comes in, that the conversion orders are what you're primarily gonna see.
Well, we'll see that in the details of the late file when it comes in. Thank you for your clarification. Commissioner Smith.
Just one last question, sorry. On your 13-week rotating block schedule where someone bumps somebody, do you ever find viewers express any confusion about when do I find a show, if it's going to move from one time slot to another every 14 weeks?
I haven't experienced any of that in my tenure at Nutmeg TV of having to bump someone out of a time slot.
Okay, I'm going to move on. Just one clarification on the late file exhibit. If in addition to indicating the amount of fundraising received through those years, if you could identify the entities and the nature of the relationship.
I object. That's personal proprietary information. It is important, we can give the line item of who, but not to give who the donors are. I mean, you saw what was on the television, but as far as our clients and customers, no.
I claim the question, Commissioner. I don't see how that is.
If they believe this is confidential material, I will sustain that, but I would like it detailed. So if it is an advertising client, as we've seen, if it is a rental of your facility, or however that income is derived with a number of sources in those specific categories, would that be sufficient, Attorney Bogan?
I guess so, with this understanding that whatever the exhibit is that's claimed to be confidential is going to be submitted subject to a motion for protective order, which would make it available to me, who would sign the non-disclosure agreement.
All right, we'll take that under advisement. But that is currently the gist of that late filed exhibit.
VSP 9. VSP 9, you were asked if you were willing to support a survey of existing users. And your response was the current VSP studios are all underutilized. You'd agree that's not responsive to the question, is it?
Our response was that the current VSP studios are all underutilized, and the long-term viability of community access is not supported by maintaining unutilized studios.
That was not the question. The question was whether you would support a survey.
That was my answer.
So you didn't want to answer the question.
That was my answer.
So let me ask you now, will you support a survey of access users in the affected franchise areas?
No.
And in your response to question 118Q of your pre-filed testimony, you said that by any objective measure, Charter's community access program has dramatically underperformed. Is that a fair statement of what you said?
One
118Q.
Q, has Charter conducted any internal analysis of the cost benefits? I'm sorry, Attorney Bogan, I don't see where you're pointing me.
Yeah.
I know, yeah. Are you looking at question 118Q of your pre-filed testimony at the bottom of page?
51.
Yes.
I am.
And you see where it says by any objective measure, Charter's community access program has dramatically underperformed.
Yes.
What is that objective measure?
$311,000 spent annually to serve 14 users.
That's an objective measure or a subjective measure?
I'm not certain, Counselor.
Okay, so that's your belief, correct?
That is our belief.
There is no standard set by the legislature, correct?
I don't believe so.
Nor is there one set by this authority, is there?
Not that I'm aware of.
Now, finally, I want to go to the last few questions. In your rebuttal testimony, and I alluded to this earlier today, you make a number of assertions regarding the video operators I want to ask you about. And for the sake of expediency, I'll focus on those in response to question 14Q of your pre-filed testimony. Now, there you say that the video service providers have no independent audits of their PEG operations that are filed publicly, correct?
That's what they reported.
You're not saying that they don't have independent audits of their PEG operations, only that there are none that are publicly filed.
They reported they have no external audits.
Are you aware that the cable operators are required by statute to have an annual audit of their financials and submit it to the authority?
We're going off the answers to their questions, Attorney Bogan.
That's not my question. My question is, you suggested there's no independent audit of PEG operations, and I'm asking if you're aware that they are required to have an annual audit of their financials and file it with the authority.
These comments were based off of their responses.
Still not answering my question.
That is the answer to my question.
Ms. Wedler, if you could answer Attorney Boga's question, are you aware that the cable companies are required to file for PURA an audit during the year?
No.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And you also say that the companies have repeatedly not demonstrated compliance with some statutory obligations. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What statutory obligation are you referring to?
Meaningful PEG access.
Okay. And is there a definition of meaningful PEG access?
I believe there is.
Where is it?
It's in the statute. I don't have the access to that right now.
I'd ask for a late file exhibit, Commissioner.
I think you know the answer to that. That's it.
You request a late filed exhibit on Attorney Bogan?
She's indicated that there's a statute or there's some definition of meaningful community access, and I'm saying, geez, I'd like to see that.
Let's all be respectful. Could you, Ms. Wedler, would you be able to supply that citation from statute that details meaningful community access?
I'm not certain there is one.
All right.
I'll take that. That's a different answer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, you indicate on several places throughout this record that the PEG operations do not generate revenues and therefore the cable companies tend to minimize investment. Is that a fair statement?
Where are you reading that?
Oh, it's in many, many places.
Would you repeat it?
PEG operations do not generate revenues and cable companies tend to minimize investment.
Okay.
You agree? You probably said that on at
Yes.
least, okay. You also state on page 19 of your pre-file testimony that the company-run caps likely commingle the subscriber funds collected with other revenue received and rely on internal staff to account for PEG money, which may be influenced by other factors within those organizations. Is that a fair statement of what you said on page 19 of your pre-file testimony?
I'm looking at page 19. I don't see that.
Well, here's one. This is on page 19. Cable run caps can be constrained by corporate goals and other objectives that are not community driven. You see that?
I do.
You have absolutely no evidence of that, do you?
I'm not going to agree with that characterization.
Wasn't my question. My question was, you have no evidence to support that statement, do you?
The evidence that I have is in the record.
Thank you. I'll live with that. I have no further questions right now, Commissioner.
Thank you. Attorney Bestor? Ms. Olson?
Yes.
Oh, Attorney Bestor.
Can I point you to, please, to Nutmeg's pre-filed testimony at page 33? It's question 72Q. Which question reads, does this result in PEG fees collected in one municipality being spent in another? And to save time, I'll read Nutmeg's response for you. It says, yes, this is one of the most serious implications. For example, Stamford, the largest municipality in Area 1, generates the majority of PEG subscriber fees. Yet the advisory council minutes show these funds are being awarded to other municipalities such as Darien and Wilton for equipment purchases and municipal channel support. This cross-municipal redistribution violates the statutory principle that PEG fees must benefit the subscribers who pay them. What do you mean by this? Specifically, the most serious implications.
What I mean by this is that you have Optimum giving $100,000 to an advisory council to distribute funds. And out of that $100,000, because Stamford and Norwalk are your largest cities in Area 1, those subscribers are funding what Wilton or Darien is doing on their education or government channels. That's what we mean by that.
Are you claiming that a cap is required to track its PEG spending on a municipality by municipality basis?
No, we are questioning the $100,000 given to an advisory council to distribute. But you asked me a question about what that meant, 72Q. That is what we meant by 72Q.
Okay, so you're not making the assertion that a company must spend equally among the municipalities within a specific service area.
We are saying that Stamford is the largest municipality in Area 1 and generates the majority of the PEG service fees. So as the council's minutes show, those fees are being distributed to other municipalities who cannot view the programming. The folks in Stamford cannot view because you're all town specific on your E&G channels. That's what we meant by that.
Okay, well, is it your understanding that right now on a service area by service area basis that are you aware of anywhere that tracks specific spending on a municipality by municipality basis?
That's beyond my scope.
Okay, so it's accurate that you're not aware of any.
It's beyond.
Is there anything in the record that indicates that?
I don't know.
Is it accurate that in your own service area that residents from individual municipalities benefit from the money spent at the Farmington studio, which is spent not in that specific municipality, each municipality?
They all see the same. They all view the same channels and they all can enter the same facility.
Do you have any reason to believe that each municipality wouldn't be able to?
It's not the same thing because in Stamford, that money is going to town Darien or Wilton, and the folks in Stamford don't see that channel. So it's completely different.
Are you aware of any legal requirement, specific legal requirement?
Beyond my scope.
Okay. Similarly, I just want to point you very quickly to Nutmeg's pre-filed testimony at page 61, question 140Q. This is a very similar question. Just, do you know if subscriber funds are segregated by Cox area? And to save the time, I will read you your response. You say Cox reports in OCC 12 that the 3 Cox CT PEG operational budgets are combined to ensure each studio has the resources it needs regardless of franchise fee area. And again, you respond, this is one of the most serious implications. For example, blank, the largest municipality in Area 17 generates the majority of PEG subscriber fees. Yet according to Cox, these funds may be used in other areas for equipment purchases and municipal channel support. This cross-municipal redistribution violates the statutory principle that PEG fees must benefit the subscribers who pay them. Again, is this the same analysis here?
Attorney Bester, I understand what you're saying, but what you're missing here, when you look at the Cox area response, that money is being pooled. Cox is pooling the money and they're using it wherever, Meriden, Manchester, Enfield. That is different. And Enfield doesn't see the same channels that Meriden sees. So that's why we see it as a serious implication. Nutmeg TV is different. Whether it's Farmington, Avon, Berlin, they see the same channels.
Okay. Well, looking ahead to after these dockets, and if they are all accepted and approved, how is this different from what Nutmeg is planning on doing?
I'm glad you asked that because there is a distinction. The P channel will be seen by all. Connecticut is a small state, right, Chris? Chris reminds me of that all the time. So the P channel will be seen by all communities. The E and G channels that are currently town-specific will remain town-specific. So it's different than taking money from one area and pooling it to another area without that area being able to see the channel programming or use the facility. There is a difference.
And are you aware that Cox's 3 service areas each operate at a loss currently, and Cox makes up that difference on its own?
I am. And we understand why. Yeah, they've been operating in the red for 3 years, and we understand that. We understand why. And so what Cox is saying is, hey, we're doing what we can to make it work. And we certainly appreciate that.
You just said something very important, I think. You just said in one of your previous responses that there will be one P channel throughout the entire Nutmeg area. Is that correct?
Yes.
So trying to speed up my inquiry here. So if you turn to page 6 of Nutmeg's pre-filed testimony, I just want to read a very quick statement. And I refer you to question 14Q. Now, near the very bottom, there's a bolded statement in that last paragraph on page 6 that says, Nutmeg TV is better for communities in Connecticut because we deliver more. Before filing the petitions, did you reach out to the members of the cable advisory councils in the petition areas to see if they wanted more?
We reached out to the advisory councils in each area
Before filing the petitions?
when we filed the petitions.
Okay.
There are many advisory councils in those areas that no longer exist, and letters came back unopened. The few that still exist, we received some correspondence from Charter's area. And of course, you'd already know about Area 19.
Okay, and well,
So sorry. For quick clarification, you said you contacted them when you filed, meaning after you filed and then
The same-
contacted them
the same day.
same day, but not prior to. You
Not
didn't have their
prior to.
input prior. Okay, thank you.
and I mean, you just referenced them. You've reviewed the comments submitted by the cable advisory councils in Area 17 and operated by Cox in Area 1 and Area 20 operated by Optimum. Is that correct?
Do you say that again?
You've reviewed the comments submitted in this
Yeah.
docket by the cable advisory councils,
Yeah.
correct? Are those comments in support of Nutmeg's petitions?
They are not.
So turning back to what you just said about the P channel, please confirm once more, Nutmeg is planning to provide a single P channel throughout its entire region. That's correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Please turn to page 7 of Nutmeg's proposed operating plan. And under number 2, the last sentence of that first paragraph, I'll read it to you. Our goal is to strengthen each leg of public education and government access, not dilute any of them. Is combining all of the P channels in all of the service areas petitioned not going to dilute the content available in the P channel?
Sorry, I heard your question, but what page are you on?
Sorry, it's page 7 of the proposed operating plan.
And whereabouts was that sentence?
The last sentence of the first paragraph under number 2.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question one more time?
So first, have you had a chance to read what that says?
Yes.
It says our goal is to strengthen each leg of the public education government access, not dilute them. Isn't it correct that under your plan, 8 separate service areas are going to be sharing the same P channel?
Correct.
And how is this not dilution of the P channel?
It's fine. I don't have the document up in front of me. No, in terms of the usage of the current channels. However, based on the research in general throughout all of the VSPs, we see very, very large gaps in programming, upwards of 22 hours of programming gaps where it's just community bulletin boards. So adding the current existing programming, many of which is repeated also among all of the VSPs because they're done out of area. We can and we air some of those as well. We can easily incorporate those public participation, the public, current public studio or field users into our current schedule.
Thank you. I think I'll leave that. Okay, I think my last question, the line of questioning. Now, there is a lot that appears in your pre-filed testimony. Well, let me just point you to page 30 of Nutmeg's pre-filed testimony, question Q67. Now, without making you read all of this into the record, the question under Q67 is, what impact does Optimum Certificate of Video Franchise Authority have on its management of PEG and its annual donation to the Area 1 Advisory Council? Is this factual testimony or is this legal analysis?
Well, I found a letter from you, Attorney Bester, when I was going through different dockets that said that Optimum was operating now in Connecticut under a CVFA and no longer a CCFA. And so I'm not here to provide legal analysis, obviously, thankfully, but that's where I got that from, was your letter. And so under CVFA, there is no responsibility to be a cap. And so the advisory council that the Optimum, I shouldn't say you, the Optimum would report to or work with is the statewide video advisory council, just like Frontier does, not the legacy cable advisory council. So in essence, yes, it is conjuncture on my part, on our part, that the legacy cable advisory council does not work in conjunction with the CVFA.
Okay, well, I don't want to belabor this point, but I would say that to the extent that this is legal testimony or testimony of a legal nature, I think the best place for the companies to respond to it will be in their briefs. And I assure you that they will do so. And I think it might elucidate, or I think the authority, I would just ask that the authority do their best to try to understand what is factual testimony versus legal analysis in Nutmeg statements to date.
Would you like a late filed exhibit of your letter where I got this information? So they can see?
I do not need that.
Mhm.
If it is of interest to the commissioners, I would, I don't think, I certainly don't need it.
All right, we will take that under consideration. Thank you.
Yes.
Attorney Besser, so you're indicating that you intend to brief on this issue. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
May I just have a moment to confer with clients?
Yes.
Optimum or Cox.
All right. And Attorney Bogan, you indicated that you have concluded your questioning? All right. Do you want to take a very 5-minute break, or if OCC is, I believe OCC is next on the agenda? If you're ready to commence? We give everybody some time to get settled.
We should move right.
But I will, I'm going to tell them. Yes.
That is the company we just.
Sorry, we'll give Attorney Bester a minute or 30 seconds to remove the rest of his large amount of paperwork.
Sorry, I put my foot on. Wow.
My charge doing. Yeah, I did, just in case.
And Office of Consumer Counsel, you may start when you're ready, but given the vagaries of the garage, and not wanting everyone to be trapped here overnight because the vending machines are very boring, I'm going to attempt, if you just bear in mind, we'd like to wrap up as close to 5 as possible to give everyone a chance to escape, and look forward to seeing everybody again on Wednesday. So please proceed when you're ready.
Will do.
And if you can identify yourself for the record and commence questioning.
Pascaline Poku, staff attorney appearing for the OCC, and I'm appearing alongside with my partner today, Rihanna Ash, and she will be handling most of the cross-examination questions.
Thank you, Commissioners. Good afternoon. So in the interest of time, and because many of our prepared questions have happily already been answered, OCC's previously estimated time for cross has been shortened. I do ask that you bear with me as I skip through and attempt to limit my questions to only those necessary to supplement the record at this point. I do have a few area-specific questions that I would like to ask docket by docket, which pertain directly to the 8 criteria for evaluation, which are encompassed within 16-331A subsection C. I also have some additional questions related to those criteria that will follow, which I hope can be incorporated into all of the dockets and further shorten our estimated cross time. And with that, let's begin. To start, what can you tell us about the specific needs of the Area 1 community as they relate to PEG and community access?
As we've seen from these areas, there are inadequate studio sets, inadequate technology within these environments that they are just now trying to rectify, such as I believe it was Charter that mentioned that they just got PTZ cameras. We've had those for a few years now. We've been in HD for the better part of a decade plus, and they are just getting to them now. They are broadcasting or cable casting even in standard def 4:3. They're not in HD, many of these companies. And that's where we're seeing a massive discrepancy as to what we've been doing for the better part of a decade that they have not.
I'd like to add to that, that Nutmeg TV's funding and Optimum Area One's funding is very similar. We bring in about $450,000 a year, I'm just talking about PEG subscriber funds, not any fundraising. And they bring in, they average $479,000 per year. That's looking at a 5-year average. And they report zeros in every category. 0 studio users, 0 edit users, 0 field users, 0 training students, where our averages are 1,000 studio users, 327 edit users, and 280 field users. So that's what first got us to begin paying attention to what was happening in Area 1.
Thank you. And as a follow-up question on those technological needs of the community in Area 1, am I correct to understand that the technological capabilities that you expressed are needed in Area 1 are technological capabilities that are currently enjoyed by residents that are served by the community where Nutmeg currently serves?
Correct, as well as other PEGs in the state as well. Nonprofit run PEGs.
I see. Thank you. And as far as Area 20 goes as well, I believe you expressed that there are similar technological needs there for a fully equipped operating PEG studio.
What we're seeing in Area 20, just because I live in Area 20, is 4x3. So you see the screen behind me here is 16:9 rectangular. They're still airing in 4x3, which is a square. Standard definition. They're not required to provide high definition. Very poor lighting, when there are programs, just very poor technical quality.
Okay, thank you. This is a hypothetical, but should Nutmeg's petition be approved, how would Nutmeg solicit feedback from both the Area 1 and the Area 20 residents about current programming needs, technology needs, and the quality of the community access operations provided by Nutmeg?
Correct. While your question might be hypothetical, we're ready, willing, and able to start working with the community on this. Immediately, we would start having one-on-one meetings with these community access users, as well as start to hopefully work with the cable industry, the VSPs, to be able to integrate their programming right into Nutmeg's public access channel immediately. We've done that through other centers throughout the state already with shared content. We have a vehicle for that already in place through our FTP services or cloud services, whatever they may wish. And then having these ongoing meetings with the community is going to be essential, not only for fulfilling their time slot, but also fulfilling what they may want their regional center to start looking like in terms of studio offerings.
Thank you. So based on my review, the public comments that expressed concerns in the record appear to be centered around the community's desire to maintain their E and G specific channels that are currently serving those areas. Can you tell us today what towns in Area 1, we'll start there, what towns in Area 1 currently have town-specific channels? We'll start there.
We're aware that all of them are town-specific in Area 1. They're E and G content. Now, PIRA requires in the annual community access report how much programming happens on the E and G channels, but Optimum reports that they don't have that information. So we don't know how many programs are really going out on those E and G channels, but we do know from the website that we looked at the area towns, some of them are really doing, Darien is doing a real good job. And so they should be applauded for that. But we're under the impression that they all are. In Area 20, the advisory council letter in opposition says that they're town-specific channels, but they're not town-specific channels. So they were erroneous in their letter. That programming goes throughout all of Area 20.
Thank you. And can you confirm if the petitions are approved? Would those towns all continue to operate their own E&G channels? Just once on the record.
Yes.
Thank you. And can you tell me, in the event that the towns themselves are operating these E&G channels, what is the role of the CAP then in E&G programming? Is there a role left over for Optimum, who is currently providing the CAP services for that area, and as a potential successor, Nutmeg? What would be your role if the towns are the ones doing E&G?
If Optimum chooses to continue their distribution as town specific, which is their decision, that has nothing to do with Nutmeg TV. We would continue to encourage the towns if they wanted to do something other than, for example, if they wanted to come into the studio and do a program in the studio versus, I think what they're doing are town meetings, they're recording town meetings. We would certainly engage with them on that.
Thank you. And what about for Area 20? Would it be similar or different?
Area 20 has nothing on for town meetings, so I think it would be, Ryan Bingham, the former mayor of Torrington, who's we worked with legislatively, said to me, I used to always be in that studio doing programming. And so we would go to Torrington again, and we would go to Goshen and Morris and say, this is what you have, this is here, this is what you're paying for. Let's show you how to use it.
Okay. You may have somewhat answered this along the way, so please forgive me if any of these questions seem duplicative. I'm trying to arrive at my answers in the same way for all parties. Does Nutmeg intend to play its role as a CAP in the same way in Area 1 as in Area 20 if it assumes responsibility in both areas?
Yes, absolutely. Each of our 8 cities and towns is very different. We go into Avon, and we go into New Britain. We go into Canton, rural Canton, we go into the city of Bristol. So each is unique and different, but they're all treated the same.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask that you please reference the operating plan and vision documents submitted by Nutmeg on April 23rd in response to OCC 1. I'd like to talk a little bit about the proposed 8-month transition period. So can you please explain for us, how would Nutmeg ensure that existing producers, municipalities, schools, and other community groups experience uninterrupted access to PEG services and program distribution?
Correct. So we have a very technical master control data center that is able to receive that type of content immediately. And we're working already on disseminating the time blocks, especially on the government channel and education channels, to start adding additional meetings. Unfortunately, as Joni said, there's not much going on in certain areas right now, but we would really welcome that opportunity. As far as the public is concerned, that would be, again, these immediate meetings that would start happening. We would then gauge their top 3 time slots, maybe the time slot they're currently in now. We'd bounce that off of our current producers, and then we'll fall back into the 13-week rotation is to figure out a final time slot. And we work directly with the producers on that.
Okay, thank you. So this is going to probably sound really simple, but in the simplest possible terms, you have a resident that wants to produce some programming that is living in Area 20. And right after the potential approval of the petition, when responsibility changes, that person needs to be notified and needs to know how to get their programming to Nutmeg. So what is your step-by-step plan to let a consumer, a user, know what is the new process the first day of the transition or perhaps before?
We would hope in the instance of Area 20 that Optimum would work with their current producers to be able to facilitate the transaction, not only of their programs, but also to let them know our content information, our emails, our phone numbers, et cetera. And then when we take them in, we will put them immediately into the next season's worth of studio appointments.
And we've asked the companies to provide us with their current producers. I mean, we can look on their channel lineup and see who they are. There's not a lot of them, but we've asked for that information so we can reach out to the producers and welcome them. And we have not received any information.
Okay. And would the transition process look any different between areas 1 and 20, area 17, 20?
No, they would all be equal.
Okay. Referencing that same document with regards to the operating plan and the vision documents provided, can you tell us what new connections would need to be added to the master control data center to interconnect with Optimum in area 1 and area 20 to get programming aired to the correct local community?
I can't speak for their engineering and how they wish to receive. We're responsible for the handoff of that. So we would give them what's called an SDI cable, which is very universal in technical terms, and then be able to basically say, here you go, here's the channel. How they wish to receive that is up to them.
So would they need physical infrastructure that connects with Nutmeg, like a fiber drop that goes to the broader network? Or can you explain to us a little bit about what that physical interconnection?
Sure, there's now what's called encoding and decoding. So we would take a video signal and encode it into what's called an IP feed. And that feed would go through the internet, however which way it can happen, and then decoded down at the head end to be able to get transferred into whatever the cable signal may need to be.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
To further answer that, though, I will say we've recently rebuilt our data center with the potential for expansion as well. There is plenty of rack space and plenty of areas for them to, if they have extra equipment that they need to add, there's plenty there for them.
And would it be the same for any potential satellite studios or regional studios?
We plan to, for cost-saving purposes, to be able to run all operations out of the Farmington data center and be able to send that out to the other areas.
Okay, so the centralized process would be that all the programming is sort of sent by the Farmington office, and then the regional offices would just be then studios where the community could interface and record their programming?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, and again, forgive me if something similar has already been asked, but what would happen if community members from 2 different areas wanted to come in to their local studio at the same time to record programs? What would be the method for resolving that conflict before it happened?
We've already experienced that here in Area 16 as well, and that's why we have what's called the biweekly schedule. So when we have our 13-week season, every producer gets 6 appointment time slots. It's every other week. So in an instance where someone requires Thursday night at 6 o'clock, there's a second option for them on that. If that is the only time slot that isn't available, that's when the 13-week rotation would come into play. But either way, our producers produce either 6 one-hour shows or 12 half-hour shows in any given 13-week rotation.
Thank you. Want to shift gears to Area 17. Can you tell me what you understand about the needs of the Area 17 community as they relate to PAG and community access?
According to the numbers that we see out of Area 17, they're doing a better job than we're seeing out of some of the other areas. We recognize that Meriden is very close in proximity to Nutmeg TV. We recognize that some of Meriden's folks, or one person, I should say, who contacted me, enjoys going to the Manchester Cox facility. instead of using the Meriden facility. We heard from Cox in their opening statement that they're very devoted to community access in that area, and that's great. We also understand that they've been operating in the red for the last 3 years and supplementing that. We understand those needs. And because of the proximity to Nutmeg TV, we extended ourselves to Area 17. And when Cox asked, would you consider taking the other areas that Cox is currently running? We said at this time, we're going to stick with the petitions that we have in place and only look at Area 17.
So the majority of the public comments made in the Area 17 docket, these residents are in support of what appears to be the existing PEG structure in Area 17. And their concerns appear to be that they don't want to lose their local studio in Meriden. With these concerns of the community in mind, has Nutmeg considered amending its proposed operating plan to include a perhaps tertiary studio in Meriden?
We have not.
And does Nutmeg intend to play its role as a cap the same way in Area 17 as it does in its existing territory and also Areas 1 and 20?
We do.
All right, we'll move to Area 19. Do you find that Area 19 has needs that differ from that of the previously discussed areas as related to PEG and community access?
Area 19 and Nutmeg TV are also funded very similarly. Charter answered in interrogatories an average of about $300,000 a year. And the numbers that we're seeing in the charter area are low in comparison. They're averaging 10 annually, 10 studio users a year. So yes, it was our assumption that $300,000 a year in subscriber funds for a yield of an average of 10 programs annually was not meaningful PEG access in those areas.
Thank you. I'd like to move our attention to Nutmeg's current service area. Can you tell me how Nutmeg currently solicits feedback directly from the communities that it currently serves concerning the community's programming needs and the quality of the community access operations provided by Nutmeg?
I'll start with the government side. That's one that I'm very familiar with. The government side, we work with our municipalities, mayors, town councils, et cetera, to be able to help provide and make a very well robust government channel as well as education channel on the Board of Ed side. From the public's perspective, we work not only with our current producers, but we also host producer meetings or in volunteer meetings as well, so that there are needs of the community that are of our current users. We go and listen to them, and then we formulate our plans through the PEGpedia grant and other initiatives to start building out what they desire. That happened a lot after COVID. When we started, we looked at our studio space and we said, how can we do this better? And that's when the community rallied around to be able to give us the idea as to how we're moving forward right now, which is very static sets that also interchange for the community's needs within those sets.
Thank you. If you could please reference Appendix B. This is the budget projections. Nutmeg maintains that it anticipates raising $14,000 a year through fundraising activities. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us if this amount is consistent with Nutmeg's current annual fundraising, or if it reflects fundraising activities in the potential new service areas over which it seeks to assume responsibility?
That number is currently what we're fundraising in Farmington. We did not put any anticipated fundraising into the budget from the new areas.
I understand that it's not included in the current projections. Thank you for that clarification. Can you tell me if Nutmeg has considered increasing its fundraising to include the new areas if it is approved in those areas?
Yes, why don't you talk about the consistent?
Sure, the conversion service is not area specific, so we'll get orders from all over New England even, because folks want to be able to have a place for their home movies, to be able to actually drop them off at a facility and not into the mail where it goes wherever. So that's why when we look at our numbers here, a lot of these orders are coming from not only Connecticut residents, but also Massachusetts and beyond.
Thank you. To follow up on some of the questions that were asked earlier today, when you're discussing fundraising activities, do you also include in the meaning of fundraising funds that are raised from having commercial groups use facilities?
I don't understand that question.
Maybe, can you rephrase that?
Sure. The fundraising that you currently have in projections in the proposed operating budget, does that include the type of fundraising that you mentioned earlier, which is the commercial? No, it doesn't. It's something different.
Right. So the line item for the rental studio was a different line item that was referenced. Chris will tell us what that is. So the $14,000 in fundraising is based on the conversion service alone.
Okay.
So that conversion service is photos, tapes, slides, film that people want converted into digital. The community rentals is a different line item.
Thank you. All right, so continuing down through Appendix B, the budget projections. And again, please forgive me if this was previously discussed, but I'm not sure it was approached precisely this way. Can you describe for me how you arrived at a projection for increasing income over the next 3 years?
Yes, Ms. Ash, those projections were based on the subscriber numbers that were provided by some of the companies. We did ask the subscriber fee numbers from Charter. They never did respond to that. They responded to the OCC with some numbers, but that is how our projection was based.
Thank you. Going to shift gears a little bit. I'd like to talk about trainings. So I do believe a few places in the record, such as in the annual report, Nutmeg discusses the training opportunities it makes available for the community. And is it also training opportunities for Nutmeg staff?
It's for staff to train the community.
Okay. Okay. And how does Nutmeg promote these trainings?
We promote them online, which is where we get a lot of our foot traffic from. We also have our producers locally promote them as well as the churches.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Attorney. Do you have any, I don't necessarily want a late file exhibit, but can you give us a sense of what kind of attendance you get at your trainings and how regular they are?
Sure. We've recently moved to a as-needed training, which is multiple times per month. Someone wants to come in and do a show. We say, okay, let's get you into the studio class. Would you like to take the field and edit class? And sometimes they may not. We have them do the studio class and then get them right into the producers meeting to go and do a studio show. Those folks may have volunteers that want to work on that show. So they will go through the classes. We have classes once a month to be able to handle multiple producers, to be able to get them involved and get them into the production as fast as possible. Those numbers would average between 4, 5, 6. I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, and so do you see this as part of an evolving business model that you can support folks in making that, transition to bringing something online? I mean, or, getting that capacity?
I believe, and when I'm done answering this, maybe mention the online classes that we've thought about for some of the remote areas that may not be close to Nutmeg TV, but may want to take a remote class in order to use equipment that they have. The Connecticut Department of Educational Technology, when it was looking at its broadband equity and equality issues, was, looking for places where folks could go and learn how to use the computer, separate and aside from production. And we entertained that thought. And then with COVID, we saw a big change in how we do business, and our class sizes, which used to be maybe 15, have been reduced, and we find that they're more one-on-one. They come through the class, but they don't want the responsibility of, just diving into a show production. And so we do a lot of one-on-one training as well. But we've thought about a remote training opportunity.
Especially with Zoom and other online applications now, we can really start training on a digital platform. Nothing beats being in person, so we always encourage that. But there are avenues that we can take to start online training classes.
Okay, so there's kind of two themes here, because one is that your, a part of your mission is to bring people in, to bring them into this world, right, of that form of outreach. But on the other hand, you're not getting the numbers, which again goes back to my earlier question about, the consumer demand for the service. So I see a little bit of a tension there.
The change in the class size was the amount of volunteerism that these producers are able to receive. So the number of shows have actually increased.
Okay.
But the number of volunteers, and also we've changed from a technicals perspective to match that demand. So as an example, to do a show previously, you needed 3 camera people, a floor director, and that's just inside the studio. Now you're in the control room, you need audio, technical director, and graphics. That's 7 volunteer positions per show. We have modified our studio space and our control room to now have an all-in-one operation. So now each producer only requires 1 volunteer. So that's why you're seeing the decrease in training.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Attorney.
Hadn't prepared this question, but I just thought it through with this conversation. Can you tell me if Nutmeg has any training relationships with any schools in the area that it serves, such as like through audio visual clubs or, community ties that train the youth?
Correct. Through the Farmington school system especially, we've worked with the media directors over there to be able to, once a student reaches seniors, usually for the age of 18, to be able to transition them in and get them pre-prepared for college even, because now they actually get the hands-on experience before they start increasing their education.
In the case of the Department of Children and Families, there are children who cannot appear on video. And so they came to the studio and they did their programming using puppets. And so we've been able to work with children who have disabilities as well. But we are not, our focus is still on the programming aspect, not just training without an I'm getting tired, excuse me, without an output of having that program. So.
Thank you. And does Nutmeg now, or has Nutmeg ever had interns?
Yes, we've had interns from Middlesex Community College.
Thank you.
Oh, and Tunx's.
Okay, I'm gonna shift one last time before I turn it over to my colleague, to government compliance procedures. So does Nutmeg have a compliance checklist that it uses to ensure it is meeting its federal and state requirements?
Yes, we do.
Is it currently in the record?
No, but all of our compliance, is that in OCC? I think all the appendices into OCC 1 are listed. How our employees have to, all the policies and procedures that Nutmeg TV has for its employees, and the commercial policy that I referenced when Attorney Bogan asked the question about the commercialism. That's all in the record, yes.
Okay.
Attorney Ash, do you want those compliance filings as a late filed, or are you satisfied with the applicant's response?
I have the filings in the record. It was more of the checklist I was asking for. I won't ask you to create a new document, but if one such exists that we could include as a late filed exhibit, I would appreciate that.
Sure.
Thank you.
So include any checklist that exists for compliance filings? Is that
That's
a
correct.
reasonable synopsis?
Thank
Thank you.
As a follow-up, can you describe what internal procedures Nutmeg has in place to ensure its compliance with all of the federal and state laws that apply, as well as regulations of Connecticut state agencies?
Do you repeat that, Ms. Ash?
Can you describe for us what internal procedures Nutmeg has to ensure compliance with all federal and state laws, as well as the regulations of Connecticut state agencies?
That's a good question, and there are many pegs in Connecticut who are not in compliance. And we know that just from looking at filings, and I don't mean just the petitions that we have here. So Nutmeg TV was incorporated 36 years ago and established a very good foundational base with the Department of Consumer Protection, and all of our filings that are required. The only federal requirement we have is our 990 tax returns, which are public. But all state requirements are met, Secretary of State, and I will supply that to you as a late filed exhibit.
Thank you. Can you describe for us the role that Nutmeg's Board of Directors plays in ensuring compliance filings are timely made and contain accurate information sufficient for PURA to review Nutmeg's CAP operations?
Yes, the Board of Directors has to sign, we're audited by law. We have to be audited, externally audited. And part of that audit process is that the Board of Directors has to sign off on every filing that is made, every compliance filing that is made. So it's obvious that they have seen it, they understand it, and it's in the record.
I understand that being audited is a regular cost of doing business for a nonprofit. Can you tell me, have you used the same auditor for the last how many years?
Audits are very expensive, $7,000 to $10,000 annually for an audit. We have not used the same auditor throughout our tenure as a CAP. Some auditors don't want to do an organization of our size. They want to do larger organizations. And so it's difficult to find, but we have been able to find a local auditor that does conduct those audits for us.
Have you in the past gotten more than one quote for an auditor?
Yes, they're difficult to come by, but we have. The board requires me to have 2 or 3 to present to them. And those audits are all filed with the Department of Consumer Protection.
Thank you. Can you tell us if Nutmeg has any benchmarks throughout the course of the year that it uses to prepare its Form 990 and annual report filings? So are there certain activities for those compliance items that occur at a general cadence?
Yes, if you look at our annual reports to PIRA, they're very detailed and in-depth. And so throughout the year, we maintain records. So when we know that that filing is due on February 15th, we have that available to us. And as far as the 990s, our accountant has certain criteria that they require for us to gather together so they can properly conduct the tax returns. Our tax returns for 2025 have not been completed yet. That's just because of the CPA's schedule. But they have filed a late file approval with the IRS.
Again, I apologize if this has been asked, but is Nutmeg's budget included in the annual report?
No, the annual report doesn't require the budget. It requires, what we do include is our profit and loss statement.
And is Nutmeg's budget prepared proactively or retroactively?
Proactively. It's approved by the Board of Directors in December of the previous year.
Thank you. Okay. One final question from me before I hand it over. Is it Nutmeg's position that it is the most qualified party to be the CAP operator for areas 1, 17, 19, and 20?
We believe not only are we the most qualified, but it would be our honor to serve those people.
Thank you. I will hand it over.
So back to the fundraising question. Just to clarify, could you kindly describe how you define fundraising in your operational plan or in the course of running your organization?
Would you rephrase your question for me, please?
How would you describe how you go about fundraising in your day-to-day activities as an organization?
We've tried different fundraising, as all nonprofits have tried, and see what sticks, see what works, and see what doesn't require so much staff, resources, and allocations that it just balances out. From auctions, online auctions, to selling fruit. Chris is the one who came up with the eureka idea of the conversion service. So I'll let him tell you.
The conversion service is more personal for me as well. My family lost a lot of their home memories through Hurricane Gloria. So I've been brought up with preservation of family materials. When we decommissioned master control in a lot of older equipment out of master control, instead of throwing that in the dumpster or trying to sell it off for pennies on the dollars that it was spent for, I thought about how can we bring people into Nutmeg to learn more about us, but also getting something back. And from that came, well, we have VHS decks and we have DVD decks that was all decommissioned. So we turned that into our conversion service. And what happens now is folks are able to now come into the facility with their tapes, drop them off in a climate controlled environment. And while they're here, they go for a tour to kind of see what is, this fundraiser about, and they get to see where their money's going. And they get to learn a little bit about community access as well.
We've also been approached by Wesleyan. Ingrid Bergman's family, the actress, had some media that they wanted converted, and they didn't want to send it out to who knows where it would end up. And so it was brought to Nutmeg TV. One individual did that order. We've also had some real stories of folks in the conversions Want to talk about the gentleman with 9/11?
Yeah. I was approached by a producer who just kind of walked in the door. He was a former producer at a major station. He had beta tape on 9/11 on the ground. This was stuff that would have been used through multiple documentaries, and news agencies would have commissioned this footage. But he still had the raws. So we converted those raws for him on beta tape.
You. Would you also characterize donation and fundraising money or amounts to be the same or different? And if you could give like any itemized way in which you go through accounting for both those differences?
Yes, the general contributions, sometimes it's an in-kind contribution that isn't monetary. Monetary contributions are listed on the profit and loss statement, which I will provide pursuant to Commissioner Smith's request for the late filed exhibit. But the majority of our fundraising is through the conversion service, through the rental of the facility when we do have a client to rent. And that's pretty much, they are distinguished on different line items.
So just to clarify, because I don't want to mischaracterize what you just said, the rental of those, the square footage is considered as fundraising.
That is not, that is a different line item. It's non-community paid rentals, which is
4083.
our chart of accounts number 4083.
Thank you. Happy to report no further questions from my end. Yana.
I have one more, I'm sorry. Can you tell me how many conversions approximately that Nutmeg has conducted in the last year or more than that?
If I can have a moment, I might have a better answer from the gentleman who actually does the conversions. Hold on one second.
This is my last question, so you can have your moment.
Thank you.
And then we'll all get home.
Is that 2025 or 2026?
2025 data would be great.
It can average between 50 and 100 orders per year.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, and I want to commend the Office of Consumer Counsel for reducing their questioning to, what, half an hour from 6 hours? It's pretty. Well, then I guess I have to thank the companies for asking so many of your questions. All right, I believe the only other entity we have to question today is Pura, but I think rather than start today, unless my attorney would like to have a go, we will recess at this point and reconvene Wednesday morning at 10 o'clock for further questioning from Pura and then commence cross of the other companies. So thank you very much for your attention today, and we will see you on Wednesday. Thank you. Yes, and we will be meeting in hearing room 2 on Wednesday. Thank you for the reminder, Robin. Someone reserved the room before we did. So we'll see you in hearing room 2 at 10 a.m. on Wednesday. Thank you.